Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Attention, attention. Everyone, take your seats. We'll be getting started here shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you very much.
Oh, this is tall. I need a footstool. Oh no. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I am Alicia Bell. I'm chair of the Wayne County Commission, and it is so wonderful to see so many of you in this beautiful, beautiful morning right here on the St. Clair River, or Lake St. Clair, I shall say. How's everyone doing today? How was everyone doing? All right. We are so excited that we have our Tigers doing well. We have our Lions doing well. And although they are headquartered in Wayne County, I know Macomb and Oakland are equally thrilled of the successes that our Tigers and our Lions are having, right? Yes. So we are all united in our support for our favorite sports teams. And today's summit shows that we're also united in our approach to the importance of facing issues concerning Macomb, Oakland, and Wayne County. On the surface, our three counties couldn't be more different. Yet, if you look closely, we are very similar. Our counties all include heavily populated urban areas, sprawling suburbs, and less populated rural areas. Whichever county we choose to live in, we face the same issues. And today I look forward to the topics we'll be discussing, which are flooding, behavioral health, and sustainability, and how we can achieve improvement in all of these areas. And let's not forget one critical issue, and that would be public transportation. All right. Flooding has been a major issue for many of our residents from Dearborn to Royal Oak. And I know my friend Chairman Brown can tell you about how flooding has also impacted Macomb County. Flooding costs homeowners in our counties millions of dollars. And these 100-year storms are now becoming more like annual storms. Behavioral health is not just a tri-county issue. If we look around nationally, we see how behavioral health is impacting everyone across our great country. And that's why I'm encouraged that when we created the Tri-County Summit Behavioral Health Task Force last year, they did some great work over the last year, and we're going to hear about that great work later today. But before that, I just want to give you a brief update on something that's happening in Wayne County. We developed and created and opened our very first integrated crisis center right in the Midtown area. And Brooke Blackwell is here from DWIN. It is awesome to have a place finally where people can go. Our children can also go to help with their behavioral needs. And sustainability. Just recently, we've hired a sustainability officer in Wayne County. And all of us know how important sustainability is going to be to our survival as we go through all of the devastating storms that we've seen as of late. So I'm just so happy that we are here for our fourth Tri-County Summit. Myself, Chairman Woodward, and Chairman Brown got together 4 years ago because we understood that 8 Mile doesn't stop water. 8 Mile doesn't stop roads from crumbling. 8 Mile does not stop behavioral health issues. We understand that working together is how we're going to make sure that our residents thrive and that we are the catalyst to make sure working in silos does not work. Working together works. So I'm just so happy that all of you chose to be here for our fourth Tri-County Summit. And now I'm going to call up Chairman Dave Woodward from Oakland County to talk about that all-important public transit. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Bell. As she mentioned, one of the greatest experience in being in public service here in Southeast Michigan is the opportunity to work with incredible leaders throughout the region. And I want to underscore that the leadership of our 3 counties that make up the greatest area of Michigan has never had a closer working relationship. And whether it is, I mean, we will have our disagreements. We straddle the political divisions that exist in politics in general. But we are all united in this commonality and understanding that when we work together, we come together, we can do great things and make things better for all the people that we serve. And one of those, and one of the topics today, the intersection, you're going to see a theme that all of these things, as Alicia Bell mentioned, they don't end at a boundary, a geopolitical boundary of a particular county or another. That we've got to be tackling these challenges together, and one of those being public transportation. I like to say this often. Oakland County just recently, a couple years ago, we adopted a Macomb-style approach to transit. We recognize that people need to get to jobs, that people need to get to healthcare, that students need to get to school. That it is not the afterthought we need to be thinking about, but it is really the ingredient that strengthens an economy. It's dependent on economy, and it is a tool to ensure equity and access so that people can get to the places they want to do. Macomb County, and it was regularly reminded by Chair Brown, the county executive here, that Macomb's always been in on transit. It's been countywide on transit, and everyone kept waiting for when the rest of y'all are going to get on board. And what I'm happy to say that learning from that experience and replicating it, our region invests more in transit than ever before. People can get to more destinations than ever before. More people are getting to the places they want to go at more times than ever before. And it is because it took some leadership. I want to, again, especially with my colleagues, working together to not just strategize, but coordinate our approach so that we moved in a direction together in a similar way. And you're going to hear a little bit more about the progress that we're able to make in this region. But the unique opportunity we find ourselves in is the record amount of federal public investment in public transportation is before us. And shame on us if we don't seize the opportunity to leverage the resources that we have available to maximize bringing those resources to the region. Shame on us if we don't seize the opportunity to strengthen the economy as a result of it. Shame on us that we don't make sure those dollars come here to improve people's lives. We have the ability to do that. I can stand up here and talk about all the stats that for every dollar invested in transit is $5 supporting the local economy. I can talk about how it's life-changing, that the freedom of people to get to where they want to, when they want to get to, how important that is. But at the end of the day, it comes down to individuals in this room having the courage to stand up and do what's right. It might not always be the easiest thing to do. It might be met with some political opposition, but committed to working through a solution to get it done. We did that in Oakland County. I'm very happy to say with bipartisan support to replicate what was working here, to build on that. Very excited to share the progress and the results of what that's resulted in some cases, north of 100% of increase in ridership that's happening, and prove to not only some of the skeptics that were there, at the beginning, but demonstrate that how critically important to our infrastructure this is. And so I couldn't be more happy to talk about that and how we take the next leap to improve transit, how we bring down the unprecedented public transit dollars as a result of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act in this country, and the transit not be something that we do after we talk about community development, we talk about housing, we talk about getting people to healthcare and education and the economy, but it's integrated in every facet of what we do as county leaders to make Metro Detroit the great place it is. And with that, go Tigers. And I'm going to call up my colleague, Don Brown, where similarly to 8 Mile, like things don't stop and end. We say, my friend to the east, across DeQuinder, Don, let's get things done. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Thank you all for joining us here on beautiful Lake St. Clair, the heart of the Great Lakes. This is a real jewel that we're all in front of today that we all care about and we all love and protect. And that's why Macomb County is so adamant about water quality and protecting it. And it's just credit to have all of you here to see. Some people don't get to this side of the towns too often. So we're glad to have you all here and invite you to this regional summit. This regional summit is what the taxpayers, our residents, want to see. They want to see people from both parties working together to solve common problems. And we're an example of that. So I encourage you, when you go back to your districts, to brag about what we've done here today and what we've done in the past. This isn't the first time, but we're going to continue to do this because together we're working together in a bipartisan way to solve the problems. Each of us have our own contacts with our local, state, and federal representatives, and we can lobby them for the topics that you're going to hear some of today about, and other topics as well as some of the newer commissioners that are here. I've got some rookie commissioners on my board that are going to be attending today. There's value to coming to these things. Someone said, well, I'm not sure if I should come to this. What's in it for me? Well, a lot of it is the information you're going to hear from our speakers that we've gotten, their impressive panel that we have for you today. But also just the interaction of talking from members from other counties about what you're doing, what things are working for you, what you tried, what didn't work. And those are all valuable things to do. And as people in government, you need to be thinking outside the box, thinking outside your boundaries and talking to other people. And so we're so glad to have this. And it's just really a remarkable thing. And it's unique. I'd say it's probably unique in the area. SEMCOG does a good job of bringing us all together for many, many years. And they do a good job. But this is even more localized and centralized for us here at our county issues. Dave spoke about transportation. Mass transportation equals economic development. We want everyone's boats to rise. And businesses and families, they all need transportation, some of them, to get to the jobs that our employers want to provide for us. And so Macomb County has been a leader in transportation. We're all in on transportation. SMART is doing a great job. They've got innovative programs. They're one of our sponsors today. And they're leading the way. And DDOT as well is making great strides. And maybe someday those two systems will merge. And we'll have one unified system to make it easier for everyone to get around the region. But those are long-term goals, and we'll work towards them. And there'll be problems, but we'll come together. And through venues like this, where we can talk about each of our concerns, we can come to find some common ground and maybe gradually chip away at those problems and get closer to the solution. I know Macomb and Oakland counties have a discussion about discharges and so forth like that. But it's not a thing meant to be as a punitive thing. It's meant to be, how can we work together to help find a solution that helps you and us solve the problem so we keep our lake clean? Because no one wants to swim in dirty water, and we're just trying to do whatever we can to help minimize that. And we want to help everyone work together to find the money to help accomplish those goals. We've got some sponsors here today that are very important. I want to make sure we mention them, because without them, we wouldn't be able to have the help. We have today 123Net. They're a key sponsor. The DIA, how about that? The DIA sponsoring this local government event. The DIA back in the day, we never saw them come out of their building. Now they're everywhere, Art in the Park, all over the place. So we're really glad that they're here today as a sponsor, and we really appreciate them. Their art and the going out into the communities, putting artwork in our communities, murals in our community, is something that's unheard of 10 years ago. Now it's commonplace, and we thank them for their leadership in that regard. DTE Energy, always a partner for many things, and they've challenged by our weather and changing weather climates and severe storms, but they're out there supporting us in these things that we're trying to do to find solutions, and we're grateful to have them as a partner. Our friends at IEBW, the Local 58, again, great union. They're out there helping to keep us all connected and build our economy. ITC, our power company. Lean and Green Michigan is also a supporter. Paymar Enterprises, Plant Moran, Remon, and Smart are all also prime sponsors of this event, and we're very grateful. So let's please give them a hand. I should say, if there are any representatives from any of those prime sponsors, you could stand up maybe so we could recognize you, so we can come and thank you personally. Anyone from 123 Net here? Thank you very much. I should have did that first. The DIA over there. DTE Energy, rep from DTE, there he is back there. Thank you very much. IEBW. Very good. Thank you, fellas and ladies. ITC, Gary Kirsch here. There he is. Oh, no, he's not there. Very good. Thank you. Lean and Green Michigan. Very good. Thank you for being a sponsor. We appreciate it. Paymar Enterprises. I don't think I saw them here today, but they'll thank them again. Remon. Very good. Thank you. And Smart. There they are. Very good. Again, we really appreciate your generous sponsorships, and take it back to your leadership team that you're appreciated by us leaders here. Today, the Tri-County Task Force, Behavioral Health Task Force, will be providing an update on their work and progress since they were formed last year at the summit. They're looking for ways that help get people, break the mental health cycle that they have problems with, that sometimes lead them back to jail. Macomb County's doing we have a jail project right now that's going to be one of only a handful of states in the whole country are doing what Macomb County is doing, to create an intake center, to create a diversion center. So when we pick people up off the streets, they're involved in have mental health issues or drug issues, we'll give them the treatment right when we pick them up and assess them when we bring them into the station, and divert them, not to put up in a jail cell where they get no help, but divert them to where they can get help by a professional mental health police outside of the jail, diverting them from the jail, keeping them away from the court system where they would get a felony perhaps and ruin their lives, but really give them opportunity to turn their lives around. And so Macomb County is embarking on a major project, multi-million-dollar project to expand our jail, and we're underway with that, and it's going great, and we're real proud of that project. Before we get started today, I want to introduce the first series of speakers that will be coming up today to speak to us. I want to introduce Susan Coffey. She's the Chief Executive Officer for the Great Lakes Water Authority. Prior to that, she served as Chief Planning Officer of the Detroit Water and Sewage Department, where she championed the GLWA's efforts to boost the authority's asset management and capital improvement program. She also executes and does analytics, as well as lead long-term planning efforts such as wastewater management plan. Wastewater management, that's something I'm interested in. Coffey is also licensed as a professional engineer in the state of Michigan, with graduated cum laude from the Lawrence Tech University with a bachelor's degree in Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. Also with her today is the Army Corps of Engineers represents the Planning Branch Chief Alex Yemez, and biologist and project manager Eric Ellis is also with her today, and they're going to speak about the recent grant that they received from the Army Corps of Engineers through our federal partners to do a flood study for our region. And how key is that? We've had experienced a lot of flooding downtown in Detroit. That's in Wayne County. We've seen a lot of flooding in Wayne County. We in Warren suffered a major flood several years ago because of all these heavy rain events. And what do we do about it? Well, they're going to tell us a little bit about what they're planning to do about it. So thank you so much, and thank you for being here on such short notice. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, and enjoy the afternoon.
So I think I might actually step out from behind the podium, so you might be able to see me. This is my my perpetual following a tall person, short person problem. So my name is Sue Coffey, and I'm going to stand a little bit forward because we have some slides. I'm not sure if who is working through the PowerPoint presentation, but we slides.
What do I point it at? Do that.
Oh, there we are. Yeah, we can. So if you tell me the pointer piece there, I can do it. Or you can. Which one?
Green one advances.
Green one. All right, we'll give this a go. Okay, so as Chairman Brown said, I'm Sue Coffey. I'm the Great Lakes Water Authority's Chief Executive Officer, and I'm just so pleased to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation, and my esteemed colleagues here from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are going to talk to you about this initiative. So what I want to start with is who we are, really quickly. If you don't know who we are, we're going to go through this in animated order. Okay, so let me just start with what we are. If you don't know who we are, the Great Lakes Water Authority is a wholesaler. We're a large wholesale water and wastewater utility. And so we were created in 2014 as part of the City of Detroit's bankruptcy. We assumed the regional responsibilities. So when I say that, what I mean is pipes, pumps, treatment works that serve more than one community. Detroit kept their local pipes, like your communities have their local systems. They have pipes in their local roads that serve the residents and they serve the businesses. But we're the wholesaler. We're the large, like ITC. ITC here as a transmission utility, but we have these large pipes under the ground, right? But same kind of thing, go cross country, very large, high pressure pipes. So we have a 6-member regional board. We don't have a specific political figurehead. It's not who we are. We are regional by our design. We began operations in 2016. And so we are actually in our 9th year of operation. If you were around when we were formed, it's surprising. It feels like a blink. But we have been working hard at this for a long time. And so we're about ready to celebrate. In a year, we'll be celebrating our 10th year of operational responsibility. So, and I think this is a big piece if you weren't around, because now we're getting some history here. Why? Why were we created? The region wanted a larger voice in the regional part of the system. And there were high charge increases and deferred maintenance. And these two things together really led to the formation of, hey, we want a bigger voice. And we're happy to say that we got that. So let me move along to just show you, this is the water system. The water system's in 8 counties. So we serve about 4 million people, 3.9 million people drink our water. Through 8 counties, we have 800 miles of water transmission main that we have responsibility for. On the wastewater system, which is what this study's about, Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb, so this is a great audience for that, a little smaller in its size of service, 2.8 million, almost 30% of the state. And so this is kind of who we are. So this is a piece I wanted to make sure to recap because we're very proud of it. When GLWA stood up, it was coming out of Detroit's bankruptcy. And so as you can imagine, our bond rating was very, very poor. It was junk bond status at one point in time, not investment grade. And we do a lot of selling of bonds for our capital improvement projects. And so this costs the end users and their charges a lot, right? We are now a AA rated utility. This was last year. This was a lot of strong financial stewardship, so we are very proud of that. We have a commitment to affordability. Our charges have been low, below inflation, even though that has been very, very hard to do. I don't know how much longer we are going to be able to do that, but we work really hard at being good financial stewards on both, what are we doing with our money and how that impacts the people. We have a very robust capital improvement program. We spend about $300 to $400 million a year investing in the region, and we're definitely a regional collaborator. It is how we get things done, and it is actually how GLWA was formed. I don't think it would have formed without all the people like you folks in the room saying we want this to happen. So flooding. This is some FEMA slides. I have 2 FEMA slides just to talk about flooding, and these are Detroit. They had these slides available, so I just grabbed them. So you can see we talked about the fact that, and I think it was Commissioner Bell who said, It seems like the 100-year storm's happening all the time now. So take a look at these. These are their like damaged flood maps. And we are experiencing that. And we got to a point where we don't even tell the public it's a 100-year storm anymore because it's a joke. We lose credibility when we tell people it's a 100-year storm. It's not, right? So we start talking about how many inches of rain. Our system can handle about 3.5 inches of rain in a day. In 2021, we got 8 inches of rain across the entire region, the western, the central, and the eastern side of the system. The pipes are just not big enough to do that. And we work really hard to make sure all of our assets function the way they should. And after that rain event, we spent a lot of time saying, you know, what do we need to do to make sure our system works? But this study is about what's next, because we keep experiencing these rain events in the public. It's suffering, frankly. I use that word and people think, oh, she's being dramatic. No. You walk around after the flooding, you drive around after the flooding. It's not one area either. It's all 3 of these counties are experiencing human suffering because of flooding. No doubt about that. So the next, let me go to this next one. There's just a few pictures. These might be familiar to you. This is the devastation. And this is the slide that FEMA brought to us when I thought was just really, really pretty startling. So what it says is this is incidents of damage since 2000 across the country. And you can look at the heat map and you can see how concentrated, repetitive structural damage is in our area. So we experience it, right? So we know it's here. But what I didn't know until I saw some of this was look at Chicago. Look at the whole region right where we are, right? How concentrated that is. When we think about it, we don't necessarily think about repetitive flood damage. You know, we kind of think, well, yeah, it happened. No, we're at the center of it, right? So when we began to look at what are we going to do? After 2021, I spent a lot of time introspectively saying, okay, what can we do, GLWA, do better? How can we make sure things work? But then after we went through that, which we do have actually stood up a resiliency team just to focus on that, you know, increase our power resiliency, increase our equipment resiliency, what can we do? But we need to do more because 3.5 inches of rain is, you know, that's all we can do. And the region doesn't have the money to invest in some giant project. We already talk about aging infrastructure, right, all the time. We already are struggling to have the money that we need to get our existing infrastructure where we want it to be. So I spent some time thinking about what was happening in the country. I went out to Chicago. Chicago had a big Army Corps partnership where they did a large project and got significant federal dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars from the federal government to build this tunnel and reservoir project. And that's when I turned to our partners at the Army Corps of Engineers and said, how can we do that? Because our region needs it. It's our turn, it's our time. We need the federal government's help in dealing with our flooding problem. And so with that, I am going to turn it over to Alex Jimenez, and he is going to talk a little bit about the Army Corps study.
Thank you, Sue. Good morning, everybody, and thanks so much for inviting us to your Tri-County Summit today. We are happy to be here. My name is Alex Jimenez, and I am the chief of our planning branch at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in the Detroit District. It's great to see all your smiling faces today, and I trust that you've all been caffeinated and ready to listen to the excellent presentations that are coming up today. These 3 counties that you all represent make up approximately 4 million people in population. So I want to thank you for the important work that you do and for answering the call to do this work. You represent a large group of people, and we are happy to be partnered with you moving into the future on several different studies. This flood risk analysis study, as well as several other projects and studies in the area that we're partnered with you, are excellent work coming up. I grew up in the Metro Detroit area and previous to working for the Army Corps of Engineers, I worked in private industry. I worked on several hydraulic models and HEC-RAS studies from the Ecorse Creek up to the Red Run Drain. And we understand how interconnected all of these systems are. All of our rivers, our streams, our drains, our storm sewers, our combined storm sewer flow, all is connected and functions as one system. This is a new authorization that we have been given here at the Army Corps of Engineers to study comprehensive flood risk analysis. We are really blazing a trail here in the Army Corps of Engineers with this study. This is a whole new venture for us, and it's a daunting task. And so luckily we have a very good team. We have some very experienced engineers. We have some very engaged partners. You all are making this thing happen, and we're happy to be working it with you. We look forward to finding solutions, but first, we're not even really sure what the problems are. We've got to look at trying to figure out where the issues are, where the problems are, and then we will start looking at trying to find solutions that work for y'all. And with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Eric Ellis, who is the PM for this project.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Eric Ellis. I'm a biologist and project manager with the Army Corps of Engineers, and we'll be heading up this important study. Before I move to the first slide, my contact information is up here, my work cell phone and email if you want to get in touch with me at any time. I would really appreciate that. A key part of this study is hearing from all of you and what you're hearing from your constituents and what you're hearing from the staff that you have who work on these problems every day and have been working on these issues their whole career. You know, this isn't the first time anyone's thought, oh, let's look at flooding around here. You know, we want to build off of the base of work that's been done already and the experience that's out there. So please feel free to contact me. Normally, I wouldn't put a slide with 8-point font of federal legislation up on a screen, but this seemed like a friendly crowd for such a slide. The Corps runs off of two things: authorizations, what does Congress tell us we can do, and appropriations, what do they give us money to do? And the authorization for this study got through the WRDA, the Water Resources Development Act, through the hard work of Sue and her team and many of our congressional representatives and our bipartisan support through our local congressional offices. You can see here the authorization is extremely open-ended. It's 7 words. Project for Flood Risk Management, Southeast Michigan. But some key things in here. One is what Alex just noted, is that a rainfall event of any magnitude or frequency, we are now authorized to study that. When previous flood risk management studies, which we've been doing in the Corps for 100+ years, have only been able to focus on riverine and coastal flooding. We can still look at those, but now we can bring in the fancy term pluvial flooding or rainfall-driven flooding, which in our urban areas is the main type of flooding that we have to worry about in Southeast Michigan. Very important, a lot of eyes will be on this project locally, but throughout the Corps, a lot of eyes will be on this as well, because it's the first time any district office has done work like this. We've so far received $500,000 to get the project started, and we have a request in for $600,000 for next year. And GLEWA is the request of this study, and as we should note, is also footing the matching funds required for this work, which is important when you look at our study area. Southeast Michigan there's some pretty broad terminology here. We have to focus our study area down. And our study areas are Wayne, the watersheds for the Rouge, the Clinton River, Lake St. Clair, and the Detroit River, largely intersecting GLEWA's service area. This is an extremely large area for a study like this, the detail that's required. We can't really model this entire area in detail, but we don't really need to gather the information we need about flooding. And that's why we're talking with our regional stakeholders, with the public, and learning more about the priorities that all of you have, what you're seeing on the ground. And the first step for that was 2 weeks ago? We had a 3-day design charrette, which is kind of a fancy word of packing a room full of 50 to 70 people for 8 hours a day for 3 days. We had incredible turnout for this and participation from many of the staff from the counties and municipalities and regional partners. And we looked at mapping where the flooding is. We looked at where people thought the priorities were and what they wanted the scope of this study to be in the end. And so our next steps will be putting that scope of work together, getting it approved, having a draft work plan by the end of the year. And we are planning to have a series of public meetings, and probably in each of the counties and City of Detroit, where we're going to start talking about the next steps and gather more of that public information and gather information from your staff. We'll also be having frequent report outs at the One Water Partnership meetings and through our public affairs and also through Gleewoods. And finally, I kind of wanted to end on bringing this back to the the human aspect of this, why we even have this authorization and why this is so important. And frankly, such a kind of a daunting task, but also a generational opportunity, as our commander said during the design charrette. In 2014 and 2021, the federally declared disaster years where we had the flooding events, some areas saw 4 to 6 inches of rain within a 4-hour period. And you already heard Sue say their system can handle 8 inches in a day. So that's 21. 3.5, sorry. Yes. This is why you stayed up here, right? So you can imagine what happened. We all remember this. That's the highway I drive in frequently, and it's, what's that, 13 feet of water on one of those sunken highways? That picture down in the middle, you see all the people's belongings that were in their basements that are up on the street. And if you multiply that by the 75 to 100,000 estimated homes that were impacted, it's a lot of human suffering. It's a lot of people having to move their stuff out, people having their family heirlooms destroyed, people who generational homes who have people living with the rooms in the basement where they have to go. And then you have mold issues to deal with. And people are already on the knife's edge with their income and their, how much money they have. Then you got to deal with this. You got to replace all that and deal with the remediation, and maybe not, and then have these public health issues that come from that. And there's safety issues as well. There have been some deaths related to these floods. Thankfully, not as many as what we're seeing, down south right now. But we want to avoid any more human suffering as much as we can. And then the economic issues here too are broad. Our Detroit Arsenal in Warren had $3 million in damage from the rainstorm in 2014 related to the Red Run. That's a national security issue. Think about the shutdown for the auto industry and how many the billion plus that one storm can have on the industry, and then the ripple effects where it shuts down plants in different states from one storm. So these are the types of issues that we want to make sure everyone keeps in mind. Throughout the study, the final products, what we're looking at here is a chief's report that will get signed by the Chief of the Army Corps of Engineers that will include suggestions, alternatives for things that we can do to help alleviate flooding, and that will be submitted to Congress, potentially for future appropriations, like Sue was mentioning in Chicago. So I want to end with reminding everyone, this is a regional study. This will be comprehensive. We're not always going to agree. There's going to need to be some compromise here and there. But we're here to work with all of you and with Sue and GLEWA. And we thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
When we talk about big challenges, bold ideas that are necessary to tackle these things, I want to give another round of applause for our panelists. The information that they will bring, convene, make the case for more investment. This is definitely one of those challenges that we take for granted, the things under the ground. It's when our basements flood, it's when our neighborhoods flood that we make the call for even greater investment. And so trying to get in the front of that is so important. We're gonna talk about another big challenge that our region has, and it probably was even more magnified during the pandemic. And that's the issue of mental health. All of our communities are funding mental health services at a significant rate. And we also know, and we've unmasked the need out there, the resources needed to actually meet that need are falling far short of what's required. And yet we've got incredible leaders on the forefront that are rethinking the way that services are delivered, how mental health needs of our residents are being met, the support system and the infrastructure that's from a human service perspective needs to be built, and also making the clarion call for greater investment has never been stronger. And our regional leaders prioritize this on a lot of fronts. The three counties came together, not just recognizing the importance of this, but creating a regional task force to help make recommendations, share what's working, replicate where it's not currently working, but also making the case for how do we get more resources to better meet the needs of our residents. And so our next presenter is a long dear friend, someone who brings 25 plus years of experience in the mental health space. And that is the CEO of the Oakland Community Health Network, Dana Lazenby. She, during the pandemic, from an Oakland County perspective, and Oakland County has always had a very good working relationship with our mental health authority. The speed in which we could identify resources, stand up programs to meet critical and acute needs of our residents, whether that is after the terrible school shooting in Oxford, issues dealing with isolationism, the opioid epidemic, and so forth, addressing public safety issues as it relates to meeting the mental health needs of encounters with those who are having a mental health episode, instead of putting them in jail, put them on the course for mental health services. Dana has led her team in an incredible way. I mean, she's very quick. She's like, she needs resources, but they can do these things. And I think I couldn't be more proud to work with such a strong partner. And so without any further ado, to give an update about what we've been talking about as a region and things on the horizon in the mental health space and the opportunities that we can come together to address. Please give a warm welcome to Dana Lazenby, our CEO of our mental health authority, Oakland Community Health Network.
Good morning. I'm having that same challenge as one of my fellow presenters. And I didn't realize it until I got up here. And I have my heels on. So good morning. What a beautiful place for us to be this morning. And it does something to our spirits and to how we feel this morning when we can look at such a beautiful view, but talk about something that is extremely challenging and near and dear to my heart and to the hearts of everyone, I believe, in this room. One of the things that I try to do when I talk about mental health or behavioral health services is that I commit you all to, once you hear about behavioral health and mental health services, you have to remember one phone number, right? 988. And if you know or you're someone who is experiencing a mental health need, it doesn't have to be a crisis situation. You just may need some help in terms of direction. Please remember 988. And the other thing I'll say is that I commit you all to be ambassadors for behavioral health and mental health. Once you hear about what we're doing, how critical it is for this work that we do to continue, and it's not something that we can stop, because I've been doing this, I hate to admit, 30 years, but I've never seen it slow down. And it's a consistent number of people that reach out and need these services, but there's still a lot of other people who don't reach out or don't have somebody to advocate so that they can receive these really critical services and supports. So it impacts all of our communities. There is no borders. There are no 8-mile roads that divide us, because when you talk about mental health, it does not discriminate. So I'm really proud to be a part of the Tri-County Task Force. I don't know how I got volunteered or voluntoed to lead this task force, but I'm really thankful that I have a great team that works with us. So I just want to go through some of the work that we've done. I know very quickly, I know we're sort of short on time, but I really want to make sure that you understand the work that we do does not cease. Even when we're not in the room together or on a phone call together, we're still working together as a Tri-County. And sometimes it's an individualized situation with a person that needs services and supports, or it's a community. And so when Mr. Woodward, Dave Woodward talked about the shooting in Oxford, I have to say thank you to the Tri-County, because that first day we're boots on the ground, we're in there, the schools, really making sure that we support those, that community overall. Of course, Oakland County's emergency manager is right there, and everybody, the law enforcement community is there. But you know what else happened? We were contacted by Macomb and Detroit Wayne County. And so that says a lot when we're suffering as a one community, one very large community, that the other surrounding communities step up and speak to us and ask us, what do you need? How can we be there to help, and volunteer to do the same? So I thank you for that. I don't think we ever did, but thank you for reaching out to any one of us in Oakland County to help and offer support. So, yes, I appreciate that. So the Behavioral Health Task Force actually came out of a presentation I believe we did last year or the year before. And the Tri-County commissioners and county just decided how critical it is. We learned a lot last year when we presented that information. And so this task force really is a highlight of how our government, corporations, our institutions, and the community work together for a successful future as we serve individuals who need mental health or behavioral health care. So our goal really is to divert individuals with mental health and substance use disorders away from correctional institutions, and then to culturally competent community-based supports and services. And that is so important, because as you think about the number of people, and I've heard law enforcement say this multiple times in all 3 counties and probably others, that the jails are the biggest community mental health or the biggest mental health institutions in their communities. We want to change that. Not that we don't think that there are some people there that could use the services and supports, and we do provide those things. All 3 of us do. But we also want to divert individuals into care and services and supports. And so that is what the real task of the task force is. So we are represented by Macomb, the Tri-County Community-Based Behavioral Health Systems, which I am a part, Detroit Wayne Integrated Health Network is a part, and Macomb Community Mental Health is a part. Those authorities are unique, and I'll talk about that really quickly in a second. The justice and law enforcement partners we have, and other community partners. So I want to talk about the task force really, really quickly. And I know I've seen a few of you here in the room, and I want to acknowledge you, and please stand if you are able. Commissioner Phil Kraft from Macomb, Oakland County Commissioner Penny Lubes, Wayne County Commissioner Tim Clem, Wayne County Commissioner Monique Baker McCormick, myself, as well as Director of Operations for Families Against Narcotics, FAM, Dunya Kalano. So thank you. And we have, thank you. We have other members that are part of this very important group. And I'm not sure how many of you are here in the room, because actually we meet quite a bit virtually just because it works better that way. But I want to thank those members of the group as well. I want to tell you a little bit about the community behavioral health system, and really, really quickly, because I don't want to waste time talking about our structure and all of that stuff. But you see the little, oh, move it forward, please. Oh, I don't, I have it. Oh, all this time. Thank you. I'm just talking, thinking you're seeing my slides. Sorry. So if you could move forward. Oh, perfect. So if you look at this little area, and I'm not going to talk a lot about it, but look at the little purple, green, and yellow area. That's us. That's the Tri-County area. But guess what? Next slide. I won't tell you what a PIHP and CMHSP is. I'll talk about that later. But if you think about the impact we have, we serve more than half of the citizens in our communities with behavioral health services. That means individuals with mental health disorders, individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, individuals who are in need in substance use recovery services. So over 50% of the state people being served in the community mental health system are in our 3 counties. So that's how much work we're doing to make a difference, to support and serve our counties. So Okay, so with the PIHP is prepaid inpatient health plan, and the CMHSP is the community mental health specialty program. And why that's important is because, again, Detroit, Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb are very unique. We are both PIHPs and CMHSPs. We use a lot of letters, so I won't bore you with that. But really what that means is that we are the safety net for this community. We are the managed care entity for the community of services and supports. And that means we have to be really responsible with those resources that we have. And I'll tell you, I'm proud of the work we do because we do it at a low administrative rate of less than 7%. That's all three of us. So that's huge when you talk about private corporations and the amount of administrative costs they have. We push our dollars out to service, and I think that's really important. And we, as Commissioner Wilbur said, we are actually looking for more resources and supports to do the work that we need to do. Not because we just want to collect more money, but because we have more people in need. And this Tri-County Summit and this Tri-County Task Force is really looking to serve more people we know are knocking at our doors and those individuals that we're not necessarily reaching that we should be. The other thing I'll point to is that, again, if you look at the number of people served, next slide, please. And you look at Macomb, is 18,000. Those are recorded individuals served. There are probably more. In Oakland, we serve about 29,000 plus. And in Detroit, Wayne, they have served over 123,000 people or plus. And that number's grown tremendously since the pandemic. So collaboration is key. And again, the Tri-County Behavioral Health Task Force is the outcome of the fiscal year 23 Behavioral Health Summit that you here in this room held. Over the last year, this group has met several times, and we're planning and brainstorming over meetings to determine what do we want to align with? Where do we want to start? A lot of the programs we have in all three counties, and some of them only in one, but we want to take those best practices and make sure that they're aligned and we're working together. But really critically, there are some things that we don't know about each other, that we're learning about each other, and we need to take those ideas and say, well, what's working for you and what's not? We've learned a lot in the previous group that talked about the flood. So this is not our first time coming together and working together and having an impact. We actually did a Tri-County flood response, and we were funded by the state to work together to identify people who were struggling and needed some mental health support because of the flooding. So we don't talk about the trauma of having to move and having to be displaced or having your personal items that are memorials from your families destroyed during a flood. We don't think about that part of it. We think our basements are destroyed, but how many of us keep family mementos and things in our basements? And when you lose those things, it's like a loss of life. So those are the kind of things that we're talking about because we've done it before, but how do we do this even better? How do we come back to you and make sure that you see the outcomes of our work together? Because again, individually, we can give our annual reports and show you our impact and our outcomes, but we wanted to come together so that we can erase some of those lines that sometimes send people one way or another. We don't want people to have to have an experience of not here, you need to call over here. So it really should be one door. And everywhere you go, regardless of where you live in Detroit, Wayne, or if you live in Macomb, or if you live in Oakland, you should be able to access services and supports. And if you don't live in our neighborhood or our community, we need to connect you and we need to know how to connect you. So that's very critical. And that was one of the things we talked about. So again, our mission is to improve cross-county collaboration for behavioral health and justice systems of care. And so I really wanted to focus on our task force goals real quickly. And the first is to develop shared identify opportunities and improve behavioral health information through existing health information networks. So really, we know about each other. We know a lot about what the three counties are doing, but we really want to create a directory that is shared, that is kept to date, that's something that can be an electronic document that you can look up. All three of us, I do believe, have those scan codes or those barcodes that you can use, or QR codes. Okay. I'm telling on myself, but the QR codes that you can scan and reach out to our individual. But just imagine if we had one code for the Tri-County, because I don't know about you, I have friends and families that live across the 3 counties. And if they need help, I want them to get connected as soon as possible to those right resources. The other thing we want to do is demonstrate how government, corporations, and institutions within our region have successfully worked together, but we can continue to do that with the work we're doing in the Tri-County Behavioral Health Task Force as well. I know for Oakland County and Detroit, Wayne, and Macomb, we both have our community mental health systems. And the 3 leaders, myself and Tracy Smith and interim CEO Manny Singla, we work well together. We always have. But to have the backing and support of the county just means actually much more. So we can respond to those individual needs that we see in the community and the county, but we can also join together to make our response even stronger. The law enforcement is a huge piece of this, because the thing about that is that we all provide those critical justice initiatives, some more and some less, but we all are doing the crisis intervention team trainings. We all have co-responders that are out there responding to incidents with the law enforcement officers. And so those are the kind of things that we, again, don't want barriers to be a reason for not having people serve when they require those services. So we want to educate the law enforcement, and believe me, we are learning a lot about the law enforcement community and how things are done. And we respect that, because you'll see incidents that occur and you're wondering, well, you said you had crisis intervention team training for your law enforcement officers, or a co-responder was present. Well, we have to work with the law enforcement officers to secure those scenes, to make sure that things are safe before we're able to go in and do our part of it. So that partnership is stronger and stronger. And through the work that we're doing with the Board of Commissioners and the county commissioners in each of the county areas, we know that that work is being recognized as value. We're not losing lives. We're getting people into services and supports that they need, and they're not being placed in jail. That's huge. The other thing we want to improve is our tri-county communication. And we make sure that we are collaborating and talking to one another, but data equate to dollars. So even when we don't have the Medicaid dollars or the local dollars, we're able to apply for grants. But you can't do that if you can't show the value in the work that you're doing. So just imagine, again, if we're the 3 of us are working together, we can begin to show the value in the data and the outcomes that we're achieving to bring more resources to the Tri-County area and have a bigger impact on our communities. Finally, there is existing Tri-County resources. Again, I talked about the crisis intervention, or the crisis team intervention. Well, really it's backwards on my slide. Crisis intervention team training is a 40-hour training that we do with our law enforcement officers. It gives them another tool in their toolbox. They're able to divert people from actually being arrested and placed in jail and getting to those services and supports. We also have community partners and resources through our schools, through our faith-based community, that are working with us to ensure that people are educated about the resources and services that are available. We also have co-responders, which are licensed mental health clinicians that actually ride along with police officers. And this is also occurring in the 3 counties. We have access and crisis centers. And I believe somebody already mentioned this morning about Detroit Wayne's newest crisis or integrated care crisis center. We also have that in Oakland County, and I know as well as Macomb. We have our Common Ground, which are our crisis partners, as well as Youth Family Care Connect is for youth to go in, and it's a crisis center as well. And in the success of these programs shows in all 3 counties. In Oakland, we have been able to divert over 1,000 youth from actually being admitted into a hospital by having that resource available in the community. So those are the things that we share with each other to make sure that people are getting the services and supports they need, and they're not ending up in jails and prisons or those kind of institutional settings where they don't necessarily get the help that they need. The other part of it is education and awareness. many people hopefully now see our information on television and news ads and radios and through the web. We're able to let people know about those resources and services. But we envisioned the Tri-County Behavioral Health Task Force, where the three of us, or the three of the leadership of the counties, can represent and talk about the work that we're doing and how to access those resources together and be more powerful with the message that we're getting out to the community. So again, the task force is really faced with strategic planning, resource and data, which I also said leads to funding, but also communication and community outreach. Because our hope is that people know about the services and supports in every county, but also know that there are resources and available right there in their neighborhoods. And so we can share that information and really become a stronger force for helping individuals that we need to serve. So again, I won't go through the details of our work, but our work continues. Excuse me. So each quarter we've identified some things that we want to do. So when we come before you in a quarterly fashion or in next year, we're able to present the impact of our work together. And with that, I'll leave you with this quote from Coretta Scott King. The greatness of our community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members, a heart of grace and a soul generated by love. And I do want to thank the Tri-County Behavioral Health Task Force, but more importantly, I want to thank the individuals in this room who made it happen, the commissioners who took the charge and led us to develop and supported us in developing this task force so we can make a difference in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. That was an excellent report. Give her another round of applause. As you see, the counties are stepping up. County commissioners, the county government are the ones on the leading edge of so much policy that affects people on a daily basis. And mental health has certainly been a focus of our region to try to raise awareness, and more importantly than raise awareness, but take action to help move the ball forward, help make improvements in a meaningful way in our communities. And we're leading the way, and we're trying to pull those assets together, and it'll come together soon. I want to introduce the next panel. We're coming into our sustainability panel. You know, climate change, all the heavy rain events that we've been having has taxed our system and our whole society in so many levels. And I was down at NACO and we heard a presentation that you're going to hear shortly that provided such good information. I think could be learned from this. Another advantage of going to conferences, you'll hear things that you could take back to your hometown to help out. And I want to introduce our moderator for this panel, Nick Monticelli from Channel 4. Nick's a Sterling Heights resident and recently started his reporting career in Shelby Township TV, Shelby Township Cable. About the same time I was a young commissioner bouncing around, and we may have crossed paths, we didn't know it, but he started his career in Shelby Township and then earned his bachelor's degree in broadcast news in Grand Valley University, where my daughter recently graduated, just was married to a young man from out there in August. And he's also taught undergraduate news workshop courses at Grand Valley while reporting for WZZM in Grand Rapids. Then he went out to Sacramento and spent 6 years covering a list of big stories, including wildfires and earthquakes. And then he locally, fortunately for us, he came back to Michigan. He joined Channel 4 in 2015. And I want to introduce our friend, Nick Monticelli. Come on up. Thank you, Nick. Thanks for taking the time to meet with us today and introduce our panel. Thank you.
Look at this lovely panel. Good morning, everybody. I always feel bad when we come to events and beautiful banquet halls like this that have a gorgeous shot behind us, but you just stare into the blinding lights for about 6 hours. So any headaches or migraines setting in just yet? Almost there. Almost there. Okay. All I have to do is just say climate change, just back up and see what happens. So, okay, here is our esteemed sustainability panel. We're going to start with Erin Quattel. Where's Erin at? Erin, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Erin is Oakland County's first environmental sustainability officer. While centering her work in equity and justice, She demonstrates leadership in social, environmental, and economic sustainability to serve Oakland County communities in transparent, innovative, and achievable actions. Erin Kelly. Hi, Erin. Good morning. Erin is the Director of Sustainability and Innovation in the newly established office within Wayne County's Economic Development Department. She is a collaborative leader with expertise, prototyping inclusive and cross-sector solutions to urban revitalization. She studied community development as an undergrad at Evergreen State College and earned her master's of landscape architecture from Harvard Graduate School of Design. Erin lives with her family and too many bicycles on Detroit's east side. And then Lindsay, is it Kirkez? Kirkez. I was close. I'm so sorry. She's a professional engineer in SEMCOG's Environment and Infrastructure team. Her work is focused on reducing climate pollution, increasing resilience, and improving water infrastructure systems in Southeast Michigan. She has engineering degrees from the University of Florida and University of California, Berkeley. She spent several years at a national laboratory researching the impact of clouds on global climate models. And prior to joining SEMCOG, Lindsay spent a decade at a local consulting firm leading municipal water system modeling and capital improvement planning projects. A round of applause for our panel, please. Okay, we're going to kick things off here with Erin Cattell, just kind of giving us an overview, your elevator pitch of what we're trying to accomplish and talk about today.
Sure. So I have been with the county for just under 3 years. I think in 1 week I'll be there for 3 years. And so sustainability, climate work, very new to Oakland County. Prior to that, I spent some time working for the city of Ferndale, which is a community located within Oakland County doing very similar work. I was thinking about this today, and I was mentioning earlier that I was up at like 3:45 this morning thinking about how I wanted to tie everything together. And so you heard a lot about resiliency. And what we try to do with climate work or sustainability work is think about mitigation, so reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That's thinking about how to have a cleaner grid, for example, with renewable energy. Resiliency is that piece where we're becoming more resilient to the impacts of climate change. And adaptation is changing the way we think about that in ways where we can adapt to those changes. So adaptation and resiliency really go hand in hand, and the mitigation strategies hopefully will reduce those impacts into the future. And so I thought that was a nice framing, especially with everything that we heard today earlier. The only other thing I'd like to add at this moment too is just when you think about sustainability, a lot of times people think maybe it's just a buzzword or assign different sort of notions or political ideology to it, but really it's focused on people, it's focused on the environment. It's making sure we're respecting people in the environment and finding solutions that are fiscally responsible. So that triple bottom line or that three-legged stool or whatever sort of jargon you want to think about, I always center that in how are we serving our people? And as government officials, public servants, that's really what we're about here. So sustainability really isn't different and climate work really isn't different than all of the duties and expectations that we have as public servants.
See, when you said you got up at 3:45, I knew you were going to say you turned on the news and watched the morning show.
100%.
Okay, Erin Kay.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I was going to maybe add that I was up at 3:45 helping a small person go
Watching
back
the
to
news?
sleep.
Oh.
Yeah. Wishing I was watching the news. So maybe we can start with just a show of hands. Did anyone notice that you had to mow your lawn less, maybe this summer or last summer? Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay. What about the kind of those 3-inch pipes or 8 inches with 3? Anyone personally experience flooding on your own property? Yeah. How about a power outage? Had your power go out in the last year or two? Do you store medicine at home for someone? Or do you operate machinery to assist, someone in your house, perhaps a parent or a small child? Yeah. Is anyone doing this on an income of less than $30,000? No. So yeah, that, just like in Oakland County, is a focus of our work in Wayne County. We are very early in this work, so startup phase, nothing like startup in government. But one of the kind of 3 areas of focus for us is supporting the county's most vulnerable residents. I know we're going to hear about maps and data in a minute, but the state has a really great climate plan. And I pulled some numbers. So there are, I may be wrong, 830 census tracts in the state of Michigan right now that are noted as kind of more vulnerable in the state's climate plan. More than half of those are located in Wayne County. And so that's more than half of the state's most vulnerable residents. And about 2/3 of those people are living in the Tri-County region. 2 other things that we're focused on in Wayne County are really working to improve resource efficiency. And we're at the beginning. I'm on month 7. We have 2 other folks on the team. They are on month 1. We're still getting laptops to work and finding our pencils. Right now that means creating visibility around the actions that we're taking, the conditions we're facing. And I guess the third broad bucket of what are we doing in Wayne County right now is working to create alignment with existing goals. The state has goals. We're going to hear just in a moment from Lindsay about SIMCOG's work. Some of our local communities have set goals and their own agendas as well. And on the county side, kind of working in the middle to create better alignment between these different levels. Yeah.
Lindsay.
Well, thank you. Great to be here. And I think just echoing what Aaron and Aaron have said, sustainability is an issue that touches the whole region. And at SEMCOG, we're the data people. So what we've been working on is really trying to help build that baseline data, look at existing plans, really try to think about how we can move some of these programs forward, how we can quantify what we're doing. So I will talk a little bit more about that in the next few minutes, but I do want to point out that you have a couple handouts that were in your agenda packet. So that's something to also reference as we talk through today. Thank you.
I'm going to go off script for a moment. They gave me a microphone, so I'm allowed to do that. I do have a question really for the 2 of you, but all 3. Up until recent, the phrase climate change has always been a political football, right? And it still is to some extent, but I think it's gotten a little better in the past, maybe 5 to 10 years. What I'm curious about is that some of the work that you're doing is brand new in these offices in the counties. And I think we're probably behind the 8 ball, so to speak, on things that you'd like to be accomplishing. So for this room filled with state, county, and local leaders, this is your opportunity. How can we better support what should have been done a long time ago in terms of not necessarily reversing, but properly responding to climate change and the adverse effects on our communities?
Do you want to go? I can go first if you want to. Okay. So what comes to mind, thank you. That's a great question. What comes to mind with that is that, some of the thread that we've already heard today from other speakers is collaboration and unity and working together and working across those geopolitical lines, really thinking about how we can come together. It's really amazing and remarkable but what humans can do when we set aside differences and come together in that. We saw that at the onset of the pandemic, how quickly people were mobilized to help their neighbors and help one another the best that we could with the information that we had. And I think that that's very much the same way that sustainability is now. The blessing of the pandemic was that we did become more connected. We did see the struggles and we did see those stressors. Climate change and climate impacts are very much the same. You see how many people are impacted by flooding. Maybe you aren't personally, but maybe your neighbor is, or your mom, or your dad, or your grandparents, or your sisters, brothers, friends, loved ones. And that's just one aspect. You think about all of the other climatic stressors that are impacting us here in the United States and specifically in Michigan. And as somebody working in sustainability for one of the largest counties in the state of Michigan in the country, it's really important to kind of take a step back and be humbled by that, to know that we are just people working together. And it's so important to have collaboration. It's so important to work together. It's so important to talk to people who don't look like you or think like you or act like you, so that we can come to better solutions for everybody.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we like to talk about sustainability being a team sport at Wayne County. We're 3 people, and there is a limit. There's a lot of potential in 3, but everything we do is done in partnership and collaboration with others. On the operational side, we serve as internal consultants, supporting other departments and teams within the county and like doing their work and accomplishing their goals through a sustainability lens. But I think the other key point I'd like to make right now is that we can't go about this in entirely a business as usual way. In the past, we didn't start by listening to our most vulnerable residents. The decisions came from the top. And although it is very important that we work urgently, it's also very important that we work together.
Do you want to add to that?
Sure. I will just talk a little bit first to start about a plan that we're working on at SEMCOG. We actually received funding from the US EPA under the Inflation Reduction Act to do climate action plans for the region as a whole. Our first step here was to develop a priority climate action plan. So within that plan, we really wanted to look for what is implementation ready, how can we reduce greenhouse gases by 2030. So that was in our priority climate action plan, which we submitted last year. I think, when you think about saying that like maybe we should have started earlier, here's a pathway that we can look forward at on projects that are actually implementation ready right now. So I think that's an important thing to say. I also wanted to share on our greenhouse gas emissions inventory that we completed for 2019. This is, kind of setting the baseline for the region. One thing that we found there is that, the SEMCOG region really across the US is kind of middle of the pack. We're pretty average in terms of our per capita greenhouse gas emissions in the region. So we may not be as far behind as, some people might think. There's a lot of opportunity, and I think some of these plans really can help set the way forward and show us some of those actions that we can take, now.
I think the only nuance to that is that, 100% Lindsay. I think the only nuance too is something that Aaron Kelly said as well, is that we also need to understand that while we may not be as bad or have as bad of emissions, it is disproportionately spread throughout our Tri-County area. There are communities that are experiencing very significant environmental hazards, social hazards, financial hazards because of some of the decisions that were made historically. And this is our opportunity to really lean in and make sure that we're not repeating that and are supporting our community members.
Lindsay, do you want to give us a cliff notes of this?
Sure. So I guess with our greenhouse gas emissions inventory, not surprisingly, buildings and transportation were, kind of the bulk of our emissions. So when we say buildings, that's, your HVAC, lighting, anything you're plugging in within the building, and transportation primarily on-road transportation. So with our plan, we worked across the region to look at projects that were ready to go. Within those, we had, a couple different categories: modernizing mobility, decarbonizing buildings and industry, and expanding renewable energy generation. Within this plan, as Aaron kind of mentioned, we were looking most closely at some of the communities that are low income or disadvantaged. We call these our equity and environmental focus areas. So this is really where we wanted to understand how these projects could benefit in these areas and what were some of the co-benefits. So I think that idea of co-benefits when you're talking about these types of projects is really important. So this could be something like air quality, water quality, talking about resilience. If you're doing a project to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, you're often helping in many other ways, including doing things like cost savings for disadvantaged residents. If you're doing energy efficiency or solar projects, those types of things can really help people with their bills.
So I see here a list of essentially solutions, pathways that we can start reducing emissions. How do we implement them though? What does this room of local leaders need to understand in terms of making this actually happen?
That is a very good question. In some places you do need funding, but some of these things are ready to go. Some things that you can do, especially at the municipal level, will save you money over time. So if you're looking at something like EVs or any of this renewable energy, I think there's also a huge opportunity right now with all the grants and loans that are out there. So if you have a project, there is often a way to take advantage of money that's out there.
And can SEMCOG help with that?
SEMCOG can help with that. Yes, we're happy to help.
Did you hear that? SEMCOG can help with that. Okay, for Aaron and Aaron, your respective counties, what have you been working on towards achieving some of these things?
Sure. Do you want to go first this time? Sure. Okay. At a high level, we are running a handful of programs. So one is around this improving resource efficiency. We're working to, walk the walk. And so we're actually teeing up for a study to support the county and creating some, action planning and efficiency around its own facilities with the goal of reducing operational costs around energy, around water, but also setting up a path for decarbonization for the county's own operations. We're doing a similar type of activity with our fleet, which is a fun project. The county has 750 vehicles. That's one of my crowning achievements from April, I think, is figuring that out. And in terms of serving our more vulnerable residents, we are standing up a new program to launch a countywide network of resilience hubs. We're working through the final steps on the selection process, but we've identified a first group of organizations. They're existing nonprofit organizations who serve constituents in some of our county's most vulnerable communities. The county is providing resources and technical assistance so that they can add into what they already do and serve as resilience hubs on behalf of the county. So we're bringing them through a program to understand what those activities and responsibilities are, to also improve the physical resilience of their locations so that they may be able to provide power, access to the internet, access to conditioned air during times of disruption and also during windows of recovery. And our goal is to grow this program over time to ensure that we have a strong and vibrant network that can, bring information and help the county prioritize actions from our harder to reach communities. Also, this network will be a vehicle for us to kind of push opportunity out. So the county, we run so many wonderful programs. If you look across the activities of the organization, and not all of them reach these residents who may not be English first, they may not have the highest literacy attainment rates. And so we see this network serving multifunctional purposes.
I'm really proud of Wayne County and their deployment of the Resiliency Hub program. Prior to Aaron getting on board, I was in conversation with some of the Wayne County staff about just what does it mean to be another county thinking about sustainability, and I'm really excited to see what you guys do. A few of the things that we've been working on in Oakland County, I say we, but originally I was an office of one, but now I do have a staff. And one of the things that I'm most proud of early on was the establishment of 75% of our electrical use for government operations will come from solar starting in 2026. That's a 40% reduction of our overall greenhouse gases emitted from only county operations. So our courthouse, the sheriff's office, the things that we do on a day-to-day basis. I'm very proud of that and thankful for the support from our commissioners and our leadership on having that approval. The other thing that I'm really proud of, because I could probably just, gush about all the cool things that we're doing in Oakland County, but the thing that I'm really proud of too is the, through ARPA funding, the Board of Commissioners approved $5 million to create a program called Oakland Saves, which was a program to deploy energy efficiency and renewable opportunities for residents. It was open to all residents in Oakland County. $4 million was dedicated to income qualified households, and $1 million was for anybody. Folks could then quickly and easily apply, so much so that upon launch, we closed in 4.5 days because $5 million was already accounted for. That was amazing and crazy and hectic and took us all by surprise. But what that did was allow 1,100 households to have energy efficiency programming, allowed us to have a bunch of really great conversations and collaborations, a lot of learning opportunities for what we can do next. I won't call them out, but I had a conversation earlier today with one of the staff members that they were able to take advantage of that. So that was really great to see that it was able to be spread out amongst all different types of residents throughout Oakland County. Hustling to try to find more money. We have a large community change grant that we're going after, so hopefully we'll continue that work. And I'll stop there because I think that those are the two things that I'm most proud of so far in my short time with Oakland County.
So for the three of you, and not to make this a doomsday conversation, but in terms of negative effects, what keeps you up at night? What are our biggest problems that are coming that we don't see yet, that you see that we don't see?
I think the climate risks. I think that the impacts from climate risks, how many more, we've ever normalized the human suffering aspect of it, unfortunately, but truly, how is it impacting our residents? And how is it impacting our residents in a very profound way? Like, yes, property loss is very personal in a lot of ways, but also loss of life or loss of critical memories, things that people have. That really keeps me up at night, is really concerned about our residents and our constituents and what is going to happen next. What are those other stressors that are going to come our way? Again, like I always lead back to the pandemic. I think it's so fresh, but there was that, and then there was social unrest, and then there was these climatic events, and then it was like and all of those aspects are going to continue to happen. And if we don't open our eyes to see how much stress that is putting on our residents. We talked about behavioral health and mental health earlier today. All of these things coming together, we're not going to survive. I think it sounds really, really dramatic if we don't continue to think about how we're serving our communities and serving our people. That's what keeps me up.
Yeah, 100%. You guys heard of the word or the term uninsurable districts? Yeah, so this is related to the pluvial, also maybe a new word today, events, the inland flooding, right, that's not tied to a body of water. When there are these repeat events that are causing property damage and basement mold and things along that of that nature, eventually, the smart folks are saying this will create areas that people don't want to own property in. That property will likely transition to speculative, nefarious ownership. And you follow that thread, you end up with renters with little choice living in these areas. And that concerns me. So it was nice to know that Eric is here and I can give him a call when I leave here today.
Ditto.
I think the other thing is, that our bond ratings are also exposed to this. And there's more to learn and more to do in that direction, but we're in a kind of a generous moment. So here in Michigan, we are exposed to fewer of some of the extreme weather events that, you get dinged for, but we are one major storm away from, really a cascade. So bond ratings keeping me up at night.
Lindsay, what are your nightmares made of?
I mean, it's honestly pretty similar to what they're talking about. The idea of flooding and extreme heat hitting the most vulnerable populations is really a huge challenge that we're going to have to deal with in the future.
What I find interesting, and maybe this goes more towards a public education conversation, is that it seems that climate change is almost always partnered with the conversation on higher temperatures. And rarely do I, at least myself personally, see it tied to flooding or other issues. In the public sector of things, do we need to do more education about what climate change actually is outside of just it being hotter outside?
Mhm. Yeah, definitely. We were at the Urban Sustainability Directors Network annual meeting last year, and a fun little factoid, which may change now, was essentially one person needs to be exposed to some sort of climate media or education 80 times per month in order to make changes in their own personal behaviors. And I think that that's very interesting that it's only high heat. That's something that, or maybe extreme temperatures. So we have the high and the low, because, you know, you look at places like Florida where they're losing coastline, being impacted by hurricanes, now in Appalachia being impacted by hurricanes, even though they're not located on the coast. And those are very, very real and tied to climate change. The fires that we had last year where we had air quality concerns here in Michigan, which we didn't even have any direct impact or direct influence in that, right? We had this because of the way that the winds are and our position. I mean, those things are just going to continue to happen and happen and happen. So yeah, education is part of it. Unfortunately, I do think that part of it is actually experiencing those things head on. I mean, why are we having a resiliency flood and evaluation of the Tri-County area? Oh, because we've received 100-year floods year after year after year after year. And so why haven't we been thinking about that earlier? Well, it wasn't happening to us. It wasn't happening here. And so unfortunately, I think a little bit of it is actually exposure to those climatic risks as well.
Yeah, I think any strategy where you're driving adaptation requires education, and there's a bit of willingness to be humble in that and ask questions that may feel, beginner's mindset, but that is where we are. I mean, we're early in this, not just in Wayne County, but as a society, right? The educational opportunity, I think there's a lot more access to young people that are accustomed to, they're learning and growing very deliberately on a daily basis. And as we grow up and become adults, that's not always part of, a personal mindset or the culture that we're working within. And so, I think my question is, how do you begin to operationalize that? In Seattle, there's a question on their capital budgeting process. You have to, for every request you submit, you have to answer in like 1 or 2 sentences how climate change is going to impact the proposed item. And that's a tiny thing. It's free to do. It's just a question they add to the form. But we need to create opportunity where we can.
That's really interesting. Really quick. I'm sorry, Lindsay. I was part of I just recently went through a Ross Business School at U of M, sustainable leaders in the area of ESG. And that was something that was really interesting is that, well, not interesting. I mean, you kind of know it, but businesses are already thinking about it. The private sector is already thinking about this. There are already requirements and things and mechanisms in place for the private industry. So we as public servants need to kind of catch up with that. So there's already requirements elsewhere outside of what we're doing in government. And it speaks to that too, asking questions, how does climate change or how will it impact?
Yeah, I mean, I think the classic example is fire departments, right? There were fires well before there were fire departments, but it took a few big fires to like institutionalize that into a public service. And before that, there were private firefighting groups. You would pay someone to protect your property if it caught on fire. So I agree, there are many opportunities to migrate from the private sector more into the public.
Yes. So all these very well said challenges, I'll just add one thing that we're doing at SEMCOG right now is a climate ambassadors program. So we're working with people from the communities across the region to really go to existing meetings and understand what some of these challenges on the public education front are. What do people need? What kind of tools and information do they need to help make these decisions or understand, climate change or what the implications are for them?
Gotcha.
So hopefully through that process, we can get a better understanding of what the different groups across the region might need. Because as everybody said, it's so diverse. Different people are going to need different levels of education. So whether it's a business or commercial sectors or industrial, or it's more residents and school kids. So
I also think too that I think climate change is this ethereal thing that like academics and folks who are privileged enough to have the time to think about that are able to then conceptualize and have. When you go through a variety of different community engagement sessions, it could be that you educate and talk about energy savings to help with household income and household bills. And that is very much a discussion about climate change, but it's made to personal level. It's brought to the kitchen table conversations. How can you improve the lives of folks? And I don't know if it necessarily has to be what is climate change to the masses, but more so, how can you participate in that and how can it benefit you by taking advantage of a variety of different opportunities that are available now through the state, through the federal government, and so forth.
Careful, the three of you get end up on the news very shortly if you keep talking about this. At the county level, are there any unique powers that counties have, or superpowers, so to speak, on things that they can do to affect change immediately? Or immediately in terms of government, which takes much longer than it should. No offense.
I'm still new at this, right? I'm month 7 at the county, still figuring out what
What your
only-
superpower is?
only counties can do. I have some hunches. I noticed that the DIA is one of the sponsors of this event. Thank you so much for that. And I'm certainly inspired by the promise of the collaboration required to bring forth the DIA's millage.
Are we reading between the lines a little bit?
I think that, a superpower of counties is ability to convene. It's amazing what sort of circles you get invited to when you're the Chief Sustainability Officer of Oakland County versus when you're the Sustainability Planner of the City of Ferndale. I could have had the same conversations in both settings, but having the county notoriety behind that means something different than it does, good or bad. And I think that affords the counties, whomever it may be, to be part of those larger conversations, to have a more direct line to the state, for example, state officials, federal officials, to really talk about the needs of residents, really talk about things on a regional level. That's a very unique superpower to counties and that county representatives have.
Also, here in Michigan, we, given the state's objectives and priorities through the My Healthy Climate Plan, the state can't deliver on those goals without the Tri-County region at the table, working in very close coordination. I think those are conversations that we need to be having.
What actionable items would you love to see, again, our local leaders walk out of this summit and recognize this is something we need to accomplish in the next 2 years or 2 months?
Grid resiliency and renewable energy.
Expand on that.
Definitely thinking about our distributed power and how it's funded and supported and maximized and brought up so that it's more resilient and responsive. I think that we, especially when you get down to the planning side of it, when you're thinking about electric vehicle infrastructure deployment, for example, it's very challenging because of the age and type of infrastructure that we have. And if we want to continue to decarbonize, if we want to continue to think about electrification, if we want to continue to, invest in all of these really amazing technologies, we're going to really need to think about our infrastructure the same way that we know and recognize that our water infrastructure is aging. So I think that that's a really big thing that we really need to think about and come together to work on.
Lindsay?
So I think that there is a huge opportunity for municipal governments to take a lead with their own operations. I think doing these projects yourself will really help you bring them to others, right? If you're putting solar on, a police station, or you're adding EVs at City Hall or at a county building, you really understand some of the challenges with actually going through that implementation process, and you can help guide the other communities and others through that when you really understand those kind of, nuanced challenges that happen within implementation.
Aaron Kelly?
I agree.
Next. Okay, we've got about 20 minutes left in this session. I do want to open it up for Q&A. If anybody has any questions in the audience, just raise your hand, yell across the room. Or I'm not doing such a fantastic job, you don't have any questions because I've answered all of them. Nobody? Okay. Yes. Oh, there's a microphone too. Now she doesn't have a question anymore.
Sure. Nice job, everybody. Maybe speak for a moment, especially I think Aaron and Lindsay, about how the either data, information, or your expertise could help local communities that want to do this at the local level. Aaron, I'm giving you a little bit of a pass since you've only been there 7 months, but you could answer it too.
One of the things I'm really proud of for SEMCOG is taking on the greenhouse gas emissions inventory. I know it seems like it's only data, but that was a huge undertaking and a huge benefit to communities, because collecting that data, understanding that data, running it through the models is really hard. And not every community, not surprisingly, has a sustainability person on staff or an energy manager on staff or anything like that. And so using resources such as SEMCOG to have the ability to look at everything at a bigger picture, really understand the data and have the experts to do that, that's wonderful. And I'm really proud. And not just because you asked the question, Amy, I really, truly am very thankful for that. And I'm excited to see how our communities are able to use that data to make decisions.
Yeah, so the greenhouse gas emissions inventory was certainly a huge undertaking, and that really has been the basis for our climate action plan. So I talked a little bit about our priority plan that laid out, hey, this is everything that's implementation ready. We're also working on a comprehensive plan that lays out a pathway to net zero for the region by 2050. So to do this, there's a ton of modeling and data in the background, and we can look at things spatially. We know that not everywhere across the region is going to want to have the same actions and do them at the same pace. So we're trying to understand how that can be incorporated in our models and then be able to share that back out. So in the next year, we're going to be coming up with this comprehensive plan, and that should be a great pathway and able to look at the counties or even the community level to understand, goals and what we can do and what sequence they should happen in. So I think the data is going to be really useful there.
How can sustainability efforts help the taxpayers? How can it save them money? Put it in terms that the average person can understand. They hear this talk and seems all high science, right? It doesn't really relate to them, though it really does, but you know that. But how does it benefit the taxpayers?
Sure. I think the easiest thing to show is the dollar and cents behind energy efficiency and renewables. I mentioned earlier that 75% of our electricity is going to be coming from solar. We are fortunate enough in Oakland County to have a third-party procurement opportunity for energy. We pay less for energy that we use for our operations than other areas. And because of that, we're able to then redistribute and use other taxpayer money and other support for other services that Oakland County needs to provide.
Building on that, the state is ramping up with their Solar for All funding, which we're very excited about. And the goal there is to really make these opportunities available to our more vulnerable communities, our lower income residents, folks who don't have the extra flex in their budget to pay for increasing utility costs, and to ensure that we're using cleaner sources as a part of that.
I think besides some of the dollars and cents things, there's air quality issues. And many of these projects will also have air quality benefits, which you can quantify those too. But I think that's something that really hits a lot of people, especially those vulnerable populations.
And our public spaces and nature, you know, we want to continue to fish and recreate and hunt and have trees and take our kids to the park, or, you know, go for a stroll or run on the trail, and reinvesting and supporting those types of solutions and really thinking about our public spaces as public amenities. I think that we really saw that again, like over the last 4 years. And that's just another way that maybe it doesn't have the dollar and cents behind it, but it's a quality of life that you're bringing to your residents.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a huge role here for nature-based solutions and thinking about green stormwater infrastructure or increasing tree canopy, building parks, all of that comes together.
So kind of like taking the question that Chair Brown had brought up, but from a revenue point of view, and there's a theme today that these are very big things that are going to require a ridiculous amount of money. Can all of you talk about what are the strategies to bring those dollars in? Are there opportunities to collaborate to bring those dollars in the region? This is a very big, expensive problem, just this alone, all the things we've been talking about today. And with the Inflation Reduction Act and the unprecedented amount of dollars to address this specific issue, what are some ways that we can be working better together to bring those resources here through the state, through the feds, at a local level going forward?
And I'll start by saying my first week at the county, SIMCOG was pulling us together for a federal application. That was a nice way to meet everyone. So this is kind of how we are all already working. You're spot on. The federal moment is now. Those large scale public investments are a critical part of the work ahead.
There are a lot of different resources that are afforded to communities right now in a variety of different ways. And I'll touch on just two of them right now. There's the Michigan Green Communities Challenge, which is a no-cost certificate that communities can get. Many of the communities within the Tri-County area are Michigan Community Challenge certificate holders. And what that does is it takes an inventory of the different sustainability work that all of the municipalities have done internally, and then gives them a rating system for that. All 3 levels, I think they added a 4th level this last year. All of those levels have some sort of technical assistance associated with them that communities can then utilize. And those conversations are through the Catalyst communities or the leadership cohort or something like that. What is it called? Cohort something? I don't know. There's so many different groups. The point is that you can be part of these groups for technical assistance to then talk about funding, to see how we can collaborate on regional funding. What does that look like for multi-jurisdictional? A lot of the federal funding right now is expecting you to be talking to your neighbors. It's expecting you to kind of cross those lines and see how you can partner in those different ways. So that's one of them. And then also there is a national organization called the Urban Sustainability Directors Network, which I mentioned previously. A lot of the communities within Oakland, within the state actually are part of that organization. And there is a ton of resources. Us being a member of that as Oakland County can then participate in those different federal funding conversations, small cohorts of folks nationally to then bring those back to our munis. And which is something that we are on all the time. And, I bug these guys about with different factoids and things and send emails all the time. There's a really great network. And then the other thing too, is that it's not an official sanctioned convening, but we knew that Washtenaw has a sustainability person. When Aaron started on board as a sustainability person, we decided that we were going to start collecting the sustainability folks at the county level, and now we meet on a monthly basis. So it's St. Clair County, Macomb County, Wayne County, Oakland County, Washington County, Ingham County. Maybe that's it for right now.
Yeah.
But it's just this ad hoc folks that we're just like, hey, what are you doing in this space? How did you find the solution? Sometimes it's just us crying and commiserating over what we do. But I think that unlike maybe other professions, sustainability folks, we want to get stuff done. We want to collaborate. We see the power in numbers. We see the power in people. And I think that's how we accomplish that, Chair Woodward.
I want to go back to outreach and public education for a few minutes here, because to both of these questions, everything that we've discussed is very expensive and very difficult to explain to taxpayers why the investment is necessary. a new fire engine is sexy. New roads, nobody's going to complain about a better paved road or a wider road. How do we have the conversation on a larger scale with the public that this work is just as important?
I think that the figures that were shown earlier by Susan from FEMA, I think that data and maps speak volumes in a lot of ways. And actually seeing that on paper in front of you is very, very eye-opening, I think, because then it puts a little bit more legitimacy and facts and numbers behind the things that maybe we're feeling or maybe some communities are feeling. I'll pause there.
Yeah, I don't think we have a choice to not take action, right? And I'm also a fan of maps and data, but that doesn't work for everyone, right?
Sure.
And so, unfortunately, one of the other options is to have those encounters and the direct experiences that Aaron Q was referencing earlier. And I do think that, unfortunately, we will have more opportunities for those encounters, right? The good and the bad, right? So lawn not growing as much, snow not falling as much. Maybe that's good if you own like shoveling responsibilities for your household.
Lindsay?
I don't have a great answer of how you're going to do this because it is this multi-pronged approach. And I think there's the issue of learning from each other, working with community-based organizations to understand their priorities. And then there's also this piece of not necessarily having it be sustainability in your face, but that it's a little piece of everything. Like if you're talking about a road project, there are aspects of sustainability that you can talk about. There's aspects of stormwater management and resilience that you can talk about when you're talking about a road project. So it really can hit everything. And as you start to bring it into the natural language of everything you do, it will start to become more commonplace.
Not to put the three of you on the spot, but here we go. Are we doing enough in terms of educating the public on what the issues are currently facing us? We can have lots of conversations here. We can have lots of conversations within our own summits and conferences, but until the masses hear what's happening and why the situation is so dire, there's never going to be public support for it. So I guess really the question is, how do we convince the marketing and PR team at Oakland County and Wayne County that we need literature and commercials?
Who are we trying to convince, I guess, would be the question back. Are we trying to convince the constituents so that the constituents then try to convince their political leaders? Are we
Yes.
trying to convince the political leaders on the onset to then educate our residents on why it's important?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to do that. And I think that a lot of, because of how, and this is not a knock on capitalism, I think it's just the reality of what we work in, is just like, because dollars and cents speak volumes, if we continue to have multi-million-dollar, sometimes billion-dollar catastrophes happen, that is going to impact all of us. And regardless of what our thoughts are on why this is happening or what is creating this, the reality is that we need to address it and we need to do something about it, or else we're going to continue to lose property and lives, and it's going to impact and have the snowball effect of really impacting our communities at large. So kind of to EK over here, like same thing, like it's
You've had so many nicknames
we
so far
have
today.
to. We have to.
Yeah, I think failure looks like sustainability standing alone, right? We really should be infused into every corner of the budget. And so I think there's a broader question of, if we're caring about resident perspective, right? Is the general understanding there about how to even participate and signal concern with government processes? There's been certainly an erosion of understanding and engagement, I would say.
And trust.
Yep. And if that is there, I would love to see a carbon accountant living in our management and budget office. Throw It's a really geeky thing to want. But I don't think.
That's what you ask Santa for
yeah.
every year?
Yeah. I think it's about infusing, right? It's not about the isolation. So, yeah.
Lindsay?
You know, I think there are so many partners here. I don't know sometimes is it the role of government? Do they want to hear it from government? There's other people who maybe are the better messengers here. So I think it's that idea of working all together across this. I think at the state level, they're doing a lot. Erin's mentioned the My Healthy Climate Plan. We're calling our plan the Southeast Michigan Healthy Climate Plan because we're trying to align closely with what the state's doing. And all of that kind of flows down. So I think a lot of those ideas and a lot of those partnerships are going to help.
Before we start to wrap up, any final questions of our audience? One way in the back, if we can get the microphone way over there. Oh, she's so fast.
Thank you. So many of us are well aware that we have issues related to the climate. But what I'd like to take away from this are some definite ideas that we could move ahead with. Now, the representative from SEMCOG said there are projects that are ready to go. I mean, I'd like to know what they are. And then I'd like to work with Erin and see what one of those things can we, as the commissioners of Oakland County, can we really start to work on? I think it's such a gigantic problem, and we just finished our budget. I mean, it's so related to money. What is it? Give us some specific ideas that we can actually champion 24, 25, so that maybe during 25, we can actually implement an idea.
Building decarbonization and energy efficiency. That was loud and clear with our climate pollution reduction grant application that we unfortunately didn't receive, but is part of our preliminary climate action plan. Buildings are next to transportation are the largest emitters and can get the most benefit, honestly. And there's a really great ROI behind that. And I think that that's one of the reasons why I'm so thankful and proud of the Oakland Saves program, because it got real. It kind of takes what you were saying is it takes sustainability and brings it to the home, and it helps actual people. It's all well and good to have us sit up here and have this conversation in this beautiful location and talk about these things, but it's the constituents and our community members that we serve. And programs like that actually impact and support our community members. And so it's really thinking about what is this large idea of building decarbonization and energy efficiency really mean when you come down to the community and constituent level.
Yeah.
Anything to add to that?
No, I completely agree. I think that was when we talked about doing this big coalition application from the region. That was the one project that everybody was very strongly behind.
Because it's our public buildings, it's our
Yeah.
residential buildings, it's our commercial buildings, it's everyone.
Okay, each of you gets 60 seconds for your closing arguments. Go. Lindsay.
Oh, gosh. Erin's got to go first. I don't have a closing argument yet.
I've been gushing over my colleagues at the table and saying how proud I am with the work that they're doing, but I'm really proud actually to be sitting in front of you all today. Even a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about sustainability and be able to talk about climate so candidly. And so I'm just really thankful for hosting us up here and being open to have this conversation. It's not comfortable, and I know that there are a lot of different ideas, thoughts, stressors, heartburn around it, among many of the other topics, frankly, that we are discussing here today. And I just keep it going, and I would love to collaborate and continue to collaborate with everyone in this room and everyone in the region.
60 seconds.
That's all you get.
Whew, okay.
Donald, just pull you off with a quote.
We have some really unique industry in this region, and I wonder what would happen if we could offer more ways to capture some of their private activity, right? The private dollars that are going out and buying carbon credits that plant trees in Africa. Like, could we bring some of those resources here to the Tri-County region? What would that do? I don't have most of the answers. But if you would like to be in touch, probably the easiest thing to remember is sustainability@waynecountymi.gov. Please, let's dialogue.
Yeah. I just think this is a huge opportunity to work together and learn from each other. I know, when Oakland County talked about their Oakland Saves program, eyes in the room lit up from all the other regions. And I just think there's a lot that people are already doing that we can build on. There's already some momentum going, and there's really a great opportunity to build on that.
I also want to give a shout out to Sterling Heights. Sterling Heights was actually the first one to do the Oakland Saves type program where they've partnered with Michigan Saves. And it was through those conversations with Michigan Saves and the folks of Sterling Heights to say, wow, that's amazing. How can we bring that to Oakland County? So I can't even take credit for being the first, but definitely the most money distributed. So, but that's cool. That's things like that. Like that's the collaboration I'm talking about. Those are real, tangible things that people can be interacting with, and we can progress throughout the region.
All right, Aaron Lindsay, thank you so much for your time this afternoon, this morning, I should say. Thank you. And I'm not sure who's next. Back to Don.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. Give Nick a round of applause. Thank you for coming out today. I'd applaud for him, but I got a broken wing. Macomb County's pretty rough in Macomb County, and injured my arm the other day. Listen, this talk of sustainability and how do we deal with these very costly issues is very critical. And we local leaders are charged to do it. No one else is going to do it but us. But we need partnerships, and we partner with our local governments, our state, but our federal government is key too. And we have a great delegation, federal delegation, both Republicans and Democrats that are unified to try to help us as local leaders try to serve our mutual constituents. We're lucky today to have one of the with us, Congressman John James, who's here today to say a few words for us today. Congressman. Thank you so much for giving your time today to speak to us. You've been a leader, and look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks, Don. Well, good morning. Y'all need to settle down. Well, it's gorgeous. The Lions are good and the Tigers are good. Everything is great in the world. And this is one of the coolest things that I've been able to address. I was born in Providence Hospital in Southfield, Michigan. My parents at that point in time lived on Kentfield, right off 8 Mile. After a couple years, we moved to Detroit, right on the 7 of Livernois area. My father had a company that he started with 1 truck, 1 trailer, no excuses, and his first garage was on Gratiot. I had the opportunity, once my father was successful, what do? You buy your mom a house and you put your kids in the best school you can. And that's what my mom and dad did. We went to Southfield Christian School out in Southfield, and I graduated Brother Rice in 1999. I went off to the military and served, and I came back to run the family business, grew it from about 35 million to almost $250 million. And right now, my brother is leading the charge. But over a little bit over a decade, that growth resulted in 50 to 60 jobs in Macomb County. It resulted in 80 to 100 jobs in Wixom and Pontiac, and over 1.6 million square feet in Wixom and Pontiac. We have a footprint in Romulus and Detroit. So that was the economic growth, not just with the square footage, but also with the human beings that we're employing. Nearly 500 people in Oakland, Wayne, and Macomb. Now I have the opportunity to serve the entire state of Michigan, elected by the good people of the 10th Congressional District, which comprise both Oakland and Macomb County. I'm sharing with you my background because each county that you represent had a role in making me the man that I am today. And I see myself very much as someone who is able to represent all of the counties well, because representation is important. And when you look around, you go to places like Washington, D.C., one of the things that you'll notice is that the food here is better. The food here is better. And do you know why the food here is better? The food here is better because we have Lebanese, we have Indian, we have African American, we have Chaldean, we have people from all over the world, Japanese, Chinese. We have people from every corner of the earth, people who understand what it takes to make this country stronger, this state stronger, and our Southeast Michigan region stronger. We've been surviving and thriving in a gritty environment, and I recognize that everybody here is here to serve, and that is what I'm here to help with. There are very few representatives, I don't think any. I don't think there are any representatives who can say that they have lived in each one of the counties that you represent. I was raised in Wayne and Oakland, and currently I'm raising my family in Shelby and in Macomb County. And so when I work for in DC, my goal is to bring back resources to address the issues that I see are really hurting, and the issues and the opportunities that I see coming forward. The economic issues, the transit issues, the housing issues, the education issues, and focusing on infrastructure are the ways that we can grow, because there are some certain things that the local communities, the certain things that the local counties can't afford to do, and you need a federal partner. So among the things that I've been able to do is securing $118 million in federal funding, bringing it back home to Michigan. These are existing tax dollars that are being returned home to fund innovative ideas and solutions to the challenges that we're facing. $500,000 for the Clinton River Disposal Facility. $1.8 million for sewer separation of St. Clair Shores Martin Drain. $4 million for Clinton Township Pilot Sanitary Sewer Lead Program. $2 million for Macomb Combined Sewer Overflow Elimination Project. $7.4 million for Clinton River Road Corridor Improvement. And this funding is not just going to go to funding our local economy. It's also going to allow folks to live healthy, happy, and joyous lives. And what we're pushing forward to now is to address the effects of climate change, looking at the flooding, looking at the increased power demand that we're going to need in order to compete in the future world. We always say, or I always say, that we're not afraid of the future, but we demand to be a part of it. Michigan, particularly Southeast Michigan, is the birthplace of the middle class. It's the home of the American dream. But when I was born in Providence Hospital, Michigan had, I think, 3 more representatives? We're losing population, we're losing influence, we're losing power. We have to continue to make sure that we are prepared to absorb the population flow that is going to come to what will be a destination state if we do our jobs well. And I'm here to partner with you to do that. I've worked extremely closely with a number of folks, including Army Corps of Engineers, SEMCOG, GLEWA, and together we continue to focus on clean air, clean water, accessible transportation, fixing sewage disposal issues, advancing Michigan's infrastructure so we can remain the arsenal of democracy, and so we can remain not just the arsenal of democracy, but also make sure that we are the fortress of the future. That is what I'm focused on doing, supporting each of your efforts to make Southeast Michigan the strongest region in the country. Thank you so much for your support, and we stand ready to serve with you.
All right, it's still morning, everyone. Stand up and stretch. Get that 7th inning stretch going on. Thank you. Let's thank Congressman James for coming again. You know, we it's 5 degrees of separation usually in the Tri-County area. I know his father, his uncle, and his brother, and coming from Macomb, Wayne, and Oakland County, we know that we raise good stock in all those counties. So you can have a seat, everybody. Just want you to stretch for a minute. And as it pertains to the sustainability panel that we just had, a question was asked, what can we do specifically? One thing that was also talked about was how we should integrate sustainability into all facets of our government. And I'm so happy that one of the areas that we did in Wayne County is that we have a Just Air program to monitor our air quality, making sure that our children, if they have asthma, our residents, if they have lung conditions, know the conditions of what's the air before they go outside, so that they aren't out there too long. And we did that partnering with a young tech entrepreneur. So making sure that we are incorporating our entrepreneurs, our young tech folks, making sure that we're doing those small things is going to help us in sustainability throughout the Tri-County area. So that was my spiel. Let me get to my job. So I bet there's not a person that doesn't wake up on a Sunday morning and wonder what interesting topic this young lady is going to discuss on Sunday. From politics to business, sports, education, and even digging into what will be affecting our neighborhoods and our communities, our very own Carol Kane has highlighted all of this for us. She's a 12-time Emmy Award-winning senior producer and host of the highly acclaimed Michigan Matters. She has been a fixture in Michigan politics and Michigan media for so very long, and we are so very happy that she's going to be here to moderate this very important topic of public transit. All right, let me ask you this. As we talk about public transit, who took a water taxi here today? Anybody take a water taxi here? You could have, right? Did anybody take a subway? Did anybody take a rapid bus? Did anybody take a train? Well, probably the answer is no to all of those. But we want to talk about what does public transit look in the future for not only Michigan, but specifically the Tri-County area. And with that, I know Carol is going to give our panel the business as we talk about public transit for our area. So without further ado, I will have Carol Kane come up and introduce our public transit panel for this morning. Carol?
There you go. We got the coffee going here. All right. I'm glad the coffee was still there and warm. Good morning, or we're at the tweener stage, almost afternoon. How's everyone doing? I'm so happy to be here today. I'm Carol Kane with CBS Detroit's Michigan Matters. Airs twice on Sunday, 5:30 a.m. on CBS and 9:30 as well on CW Channel 50 as well. And I also write for Detroit Free Press, runs on Sundays, write about politics, business, transportation. Let's just say I've been busy in these recent weeks. So without further ado, I just want to say about transit. Here's what I know. Transit is critical to our region in so many different ways, whether it's getting around, whether it's trying to get a Super Bowl, whether it's just, quality of life and culture. What's the top of the list that people mention that they're looking at, particularly with the young folks, the millennials, the Gen Ys? Public access, public transit. So this is a really important conversation. I'm so glad it's part of today's event that the Tri-County Summit is having here. So without further ado, let me just introduce our panel and then we'll dive in on questions here. So we have here Michael Staley. There we go. He is. Everybody. There we go. He's director of the Detroit Department of Transportation. He was appointed by Mayor Duggan in August of 2023 as the interim. Michael has been in public transit for 38 years, the majority of that time in demand response service. He has been a paratransit bus operator in Cincy. He also has worked as executive manager for DDOT Transit. So Michael Staley, just get a little love and applause here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ben Stupka is the Executive Director of Regional Transit Authority. Benjamin's responsible performing executive functions in alignment with RTA policies, overseeing the agency's budget and finance management, recruiting and hiring staff, and ensuring compliance with state and federal guidelines. Benjamin.
Thank you.
And Dwight Farrell, who is General Manager of SMART. He served in that role since 2021, overseeing a public transit system that covers over 2,000 square miles through Southeast Michigan with over 11 million riders annually. With a career spanning decades, he's led public transit systems. And all right, get the list out here because you have a lot of cities, my friend, that you have run this. Atlanta, Dallas, Philly, Cincy, just to name a few. He secured millions of dollars in grants, implemented transformative sustainability initiatives, and serves on the Conference of Minority Transportation Officials. Give it up for Dwight Farrell. Thank you. So we're going to ask some questions here. I think there's time too for public questions. I'm looking at Tim. There's questions too from the audience we want as well. Okay, so I'm just going to start out, and let's say you have a burning question that hasn't been asked or you want to ask, raise your hand. I don't know if there's a microphone, but we'll ask you a microphone back there. Okay, Ben, let me start with you since you're in the middle.
Okay.
What is the biggest, most encouraging advancement in regional transit this year?
Wow, we've had a big year this year. From the RTA perspective, I think our establishment of the DAX service, which is the first express connection between downtown Detroit and the airport, was a huge thing we were able to bring online. Just this week, we took over ownership and operation of the Detroit Q Line streetcar. And we've had a lot of success with our Ann Arbor to Detroit express bus service D2A2, breaking kind of ridership goals over and over and over and over again. And it just, I think, goes to show that creating these new connections using reliable, fast, rapid transit is absolutely something that people will ride and people will use. There's lots of other things I would say, but I want my colleagues to talk about. I don't want to champion their successes.
You don't want to step on their toes,
Yeah,
if you will,
lots of great
during the
things they're doing as well,
transportation
so,
thing.
yeah.
Michael, why don't you take it next? Why don't you tell us from DDOT what's been the most encouraging advancement in regional transit this year from your standpoint?
So the focus, the emphasis at DDOT for the past year has been to try to bring service levels back to pre-COVID levels. So we had a very ambitious restoration plan that we had hoped that we would be able to execute from October of 23 until present to get back to pre-COVID levels, which would be about 200 pullouts every morning with a peak vehicle requirement of 214. We had a couple of obstacles in the way, the basic ones, driver availability, vehicle availability. But we have been able in the last 12 months to restore about 33% more service than was being operated a year ago. So from a service perspective, that's been a huge accomplishment for DDOT. The transformation of the paratransit system, the complementary paratransit system, as Ms. Kane mentioned, I did come in June of 2022 as the executive manager for paratransit. DDOT created a hybrid system where the department would operate all the critical operational functions. We contract out with 5 service providers to make the pickups and drop-offs. Went from a service that was operating at about 86% on time to over 97% on time. Customer complaints have dropped to less than 0.1%. And while accidents and injuries are not at zero, they are way down. So nothing short of amazing on the transformation of the ADA complementary paratransit system. And then the last thing I'd mention on the facilities front, I don't know how many of you had the opportunity to see the new Jason Hargrove Transit Center. It's at the north end of the DDOT service area. We repurposed, if you will, the old cattle barn at the Michigan State Fairgrounds. And Jason Hargrove just won an award from engineering consortium with the award ceremony coming in November in Chicago for best design transit airport. So if you get a chance, go out and see the Jason Hargrove Transit Center. Anybody that knows the backstory, Jason Hargrove was a transit equipment operator, contracted COVID during the pandemic, and unfortunately died, but his name will live on.
Wow. So many casualties during that time. Dwight, on a happier note, what's the biggest, most encouraging advancement in regional transit from your standpoint?
Negotiating 4 union contracts has been the most significant thing that we've done. Our bus operators with the incentives are the highest paid in the state, so are our mechanics, so that we can be competitive. There's a lot of conversation obviously going around the country about a competitive wage and a livable wage. All of our employees are paid more than the livable wage, from cleaners up. So we're really excited about that. We've looked at I don't want to say lower, but some of you remember when you had to be 21 years old to vote. And there was a big change that if you could go to the war, then you could vote. Well, we're hiring bus operators at 18. If you can do all these other things, then we can train you how to drive a bus. So much like what Michael said, we're working towards restoring service to pre-pandemic levels, not necessarily the same place, but the same level. So we've also brought in some consultants specifically to help us on the maintenance side, because we've had some years of not necessarily doing everything that we were supposed to do. So we brought them in so that we can make sure that the service that we put out is reliable. So those are some of the big things that we have done. I could go on and on and on, but those are the ones that are probably the most significant. And the last thing that I will also say is, from an organizational point of view, we're pushing down through the organization and in concert with the organization about a look at how we can provide service in a more integrated fashion, whether it's with DDOT, the people mover, the streetcar, all of those things. Some of you know about the 30,000 people that we took on during the draft, which was an example for us about how we could, once we have the appropriate staffing, how we may be able to provide similar service on game days for the Lions, for example. But also a way for us to be able to look to integrate better with the streetcar. I'm sorry, the streetcar and the people mover in terms of circulation. So those are just some of the things that we've done this year.
So, Michael, I'm curious, or rather Benjamin, I'm sorry, with the Q line, you've been at it a week. There were
Less than a
reports
week.
coming out about, about a week. There were reports about their riderships at all-time high and so forth. So in week one, give us the synopsis. How has it gone?
It's been wonderful. The team that the M1 Rail nonprofit built over the last 3 or 4 years since COVID is absolutely top notch. I've been just blown away by the dedication they have to that service. The internal leadership, management, supervisors, on down to operators here. This is a group of people that really deeply care about the service and deeply care about the community that they provide that service in. So I couldn't be more pleased. We had a huge day. I believe it was the Tigers' last home game. I can't remember exactly. It's all a bit of a blur, I'll be honest. Looking forward to the next big game day, but hit 1 million riders last year and trending hopefully to meet and exceed that this year. So.
And the
Wonderful
good
so
news
far.
is the Tigers are going to keep going.
That's right.
They're going to
A
keep
lot more
going. I
great
keep hearing
game days.
everyone's afraid to play them. I
That's right.
was listening to ESPN, whatever, and they were all talking about they feared the Tigers. They've got lightning in a bottle just the right time here. So lots more good things there. Michael, let me start with you. The biggest challenge for regional transit. You have an interesting, vast background from different points of view looking at this, been in other cities. When you look at what's going on here, what do you see as the biggest challenge?
Well, again, making it DDOT specific, thank you very much, SMART. We've got 4 labor agreements that will expire between January and the end of June, most notably.
You're in my prayers.
Yes. Most notably with the Amalgamated Transit Union. So approximately where SMART is right now in their wage progression, their starting wage is where the top of our progression is. So if you do the math on 500 to 600 bus operators, and the wage scale, the bar that's been set by SMART, that is without question the single biggest challenge that DDOT faces over the next 6 to 12 months. The other one is our fleet replacement plan, which is about 8 months behind schedule. So we've got our 2012 fleet, about 45 vehicles. We are in procurement now. Those vehicles will be in here probably at the end of the summer, beginning of the fall. But the 2012 fleet, again, 45 vehicles, about 15% of our fleet. It's going to be a rough winter. So between the fleet and between labor negotiations, we have our work cut out for us in the next 12 months.
We hear a lot about the talent gap, everybody looking for jobs, good employees, et cetera. Do you have a need for how many bus drivers right now? And is it a matter of the boomers are aging out, therefore others are not being hired in?
Yeah, I've been in the business long enough to have the scars from driver shortages throughout the years and across the country. So that's nothing new. The situation obviously got exacerbated by COVID, and also, as you rightfully point out, the next generation up. I'm not sure they particularly are interested in being behind the wheel of a 40-foot coach or a paratransit vehicle. So talent acquisition obviously is a big problem right now. The good news is, as I said, we're about at 500 transit equipment operators, bus drivers. We're fortunate to have about 100 students in class per week. We need to get up above the 600 mark again by June of 2025.
Wow. Benjamin, Biggest challenge for regional transit?
I don't think anyone in this room would be surprised to hear me say it's funding. We, in this region, when we look at the top 25 urbanized areas throughout the United States, we are the lowest with a bullet in terms of how much we invest in our regional transit system. And that is, and it's not even close. It's not like we're just under, we're about half as much as the average. And we've had a lot of great leadership in Oakland County and long-term leadership in Macomb, and Wayne County is looking to be able to potentially expand service in their area. And that is all absolutely wonderful and has covered a lot of major gaps in our system. And through partnership with SMART, who would put out a bunch of new service just this year, and a bunch of new communities in Oakland County. That's a great first step, but we really need to look at what we can do locally and in partnership with the state to get more funding into the system. We're going to continue to have the need to pay for operators and mechanics and people that get the service out there every day, but we also want to be able to expand services, make investments on corridors, and do all the things that this region really deserves from its transit system.
And Dwight, you want to take a stab at the question?
Sure. I would agree with Ben about the funding issue. I'll take it a step further, sustainable funding. There's a term in transit that this is no way to run a railroad, and it isn't. So one of the challenges, and as Carol, you said, I've been lots of places. I have been, and the funding model for transit in the state is different than other places that I've seen. The other thing that I see that we have to be able to do that the public is already doing is jobs don't know boundaries. 2/3 of the people that ride DDOT transfer to SMART every day because there are more jobs outside of Wayne County that they can get to than in there. So that's a big thing. And one of the other things is and it's very hard for people to do. It was much like the sustainability conversation. It's seeing a future beyond 5 years. It's looking at mass transit, and there's a difference between mass transit and public transit. And for those of you who, I'll explain the difference between mass transit and public transit. Mass transit is multiple modes. That's bus and some other kind of fixed guideway system, whether it be fixed guideway BRT, light rail, train, commuter rail, whatever it is. So the looking at transit for what it needs to look like over the next 20 or 30 years is something that we have to be able to do. Now, I'll take it a step further. All these conversations are about how you compete for young people, how you compete for jobs. Well, there are a number of studies out there that show that younger people, particularly Generation Z and Millennial, and those of you who have Millennial, God bless you, because I have too, they'd rather spend their money on something else. So public transportation for them is a choice. And so we have to take into consideration, those of us who are older have got to look at the future from their point of view, not ours. And so that's a thing that I think that's a challenge. It's not just here. It's a challenge in a lot of places. And we have to get past some of the old issues that have kept us from growing, whether they be race issues or whatever the case may be. But my favorite example, and I'll challenge all of you all to go Google what I'm saying. Everybody understands when Amazon was looking for a second headquarters. This region had everything except one: mass transit. I'll also challenge you to look at, if you look at from Philadelphia across to Chicago, straight line, the largest cities in America in the 50s and 60s were between Philadelphia to Chicago. The only one that didn't invest in mass transit is this region. And so that has put us at a disadvantage that we can certainly make up, but we have to recognize that we're at a disadvantage in order to be able to compete. Now, why do you want more jobs to come here? You want tax base. Businesses bring more property taxes in than an individual business. So in order to have the region to grow, this is going to be one of those things where you have to build it for them to come. You can't, they come and then you build it.
Mhm. Well, let's pick up on that funding and sustainability conversation that we're sort of tiptoeing into. Funding remains a challenge for all transit systems, and with no sustainable funding model currently in place, what are your thoughts on creating a financial path forward that supports comprehensive transit development? And I'll throw it up. Who wants to go first there?
I'll take it.
Oh, go for it. It's yours.
Why not?
Get your name on it. Go for it.
Why not? At SMART, we are looking at just that. What are the other alternatives out there? I don't want to get too far in front of my board or county execs or what have you, but there are other models that are out there that allow for transit to grow. I have been part of some of those and witnessed some of those. When I started my career 44 years ago as a bus operator in Dallas, Texas. And the Dallas transit system was much like DDOT. This was before paratransit even existed. And Dallas wanted to compete with Atlanta. Dallas had built a hub airport like DTW. Atlanta had built a rail system. So they switched. They sent people from Atlanta to see how to build the airport, and Dallas sent people to Atlanta to see how to build rail. Because they're competing for jobs in that same space. Since 1957 to now, the population in Dallas has almost tripled. But they did that by using a different funding model than using personal property tax. And so we have to, as a region, face the reality that if we want to do these things, we're going to have to do something different. Now, there are different kinds of things, but I don't, like I said, I don't want to get too far out there, but there are models that we're looking at, and at the appropriate time, we certainly will communicate to our county execs and to our board about what those options are.
You don't want to just throw one out there. You're amongst friends here. No one's going to talk about
I
it.
don't know about amongst friends.
Just one.
Well, one of the models out there is a sales tax model. Now I've made this statement before and got in trouble for it, but just hear me out. When I first got here, the governor was talking about trying to be competitive with Indiana and Ohio for jobs. And she was asking for and advocating for a constitutional amendment for a woman's right to choose. Because they didn't have that. Since that time, Ohio, the voters have voted to do that. Now, what does that have to do with this? She said she wanted that so that people would come here because it was attractive. Now, how does that have to transit? They have a model in Ohio that uses state tax to fund those big transit systems that they have. That puts us at a disadvantage. Now, obviously, that's something that requires a heavy lift in this state. But the fact of the matter is, if you want to do something on a grand scale, you'd have to move to some other kind of model like that that's sustainable.
Ben?
Sure. I'll back what Dwight's saying in terms of the overall funding model, and I can be specific. I think you were pretty specific, but the sales tax model is the model that all other major regional transit systems use. And right now we have a constitutional prohibition against local option sales taxes. So any place you look and you come back and you say, how did they get the light rail built in Phoenix or Dallas or San Francisco or LA or any of those places, Minneapolis, they all use that model. So that is absolutely the case. In the interim, and as we're continuing to kind of, what we're doing is really, hitting singles and doubles. That's how I say it. We're looking in partnership with the state to increase funding for the operation funds that they provide for transit. There's still some room to grow there. Working with the state to look at potential options for capital investments. Again, those have to be sustainable capital investments with operation dollars, to Dwight's point. We have some tools in our toolbox and property tax and vehicle registration fee that we can look at. Those aren't going to raise the same amount as sales tax, but they can be foundational first, second steps in us starting to build towards a regional mass transit system. So those are some of the things that we're looking at. I mean, there's not a day that goes by that we don't look at grants and talk about different partnerships and things that we can do to just kind of build the next piece of the system. But ultimately, we do have to look at something bigger, and it probably would require something constitutionally, which is a big deal.
And Michael, you want to weigh in?
Obviously, DDOT's in a bit of a different situation because the vast majority of our funding comes from the city general fund. But again, if the system's going to grow and develop and expand, that's not really sustainable. The other piece, obviously, is the grants, but we find ourselves in the position we're all chasing after the same grants. One year you're luckier than the next year, but again, we're all chasing after that same source of money. So if indeed there's going to be a grand design for the region, and there's going to have to be a different model for funding that grand design.
Dwight, as you point out, the conversation about public transit and mass transit would have been easier. If back in the 60s and 70s, when monies by the federal government being put forth, had Detroit raised its hand, we'd be having a whole totally different conversation.
Oh, absolutely.
So this goes way back. So we're starting from behind the eight ball and decades behind here. So given what you're talking about, changing the funding model, which of course would be the easy solution, how practical, given whenever the word transit, mass transit, public transit comes up, it's like people here start backing up like, well, wait, what's that mean to me? What do you think realistically can happen here to help finesse this conversation if there is an appetite to adjust the funding model?
Well, I'll tell you this. Back in the 80s, the most conservative county in Texas was Dallas County. There were more people freed from death row wrongly accused that came from Dallas County than any other county in the state. So what does that tell you? But at the end of the day, it was about economic growth.
Yeah.
That's the conversation. It's less about ridership. But I'll give you an example. What did Woodward Avenue look like before the streetcar went in? I wasn't here, but I imagine it looked a little different. And so having been part of streetcars that were funded at the same time that was one of the key things about those programs, that funding was what it would do for economic growth in a region, how it would transform a corridor. And so the conversation has to be about not me, but what does that next generation do? How do we put ourselves as a region to be competitive? One of the Washington DC system, which takes care of all of the district, part of Northern Virginia and part of Maryland, is 1,600 square miles. SMART serves these three counties is 2,100 square miles. Between DDOT and SMART, we might have 700 buses. They have 1,500 and 128 rail stations. Mm-hmm. But they're in a much better position to be able to attract business even now with people working from home. And so the thing is how do we get people to see a future where they may not be here for? That's really the challenge. It's not one of those things where we can flip a switch and undo what has not been done for years. Is how do we get elected officials? How do we get key stakeholder groups? How do we get citizens to see a future beyond now or 5 years from now or something like that? Mm-hmm. And that's if we can do that, then we have a really good shot.
Well, we're here amongst a whole bunch of people who are elected or working in the space and they're in planning positions and looking to the future. Ben, is there anything you would want to add to this? Because I know this is really an important part of, you can't do things without the resources to do it. And you have to convince, there has to be a shift of mindset, or there's just a lot of things need to happen here. So as you look at it from your standpoint, what do you see?
Yeah, I think to me it's all about being an accelerator. That's what we've tried to do with the RTA. We did take a kind of a big shot in 2016. It didn't quite make it, and since then we've really tried to look at, we know the bigger ask is out there and the bigger change is necessary, but what can we do in the interim to develop different types of services, start meeting the customers and the new customers where they're at. And I know both Smart and DDOT have done the same thing. You look at things like the Smart Flex service, which has been extremely successful on-demand services for all of their certain zones in their service area. Our regional express services, things like the streetcar, things like DDOT is looking to do with, both DDOT and SMART are looking to do with alternative fuel technologies for their buses. So it's showing those small pilot successes, turning those into realities, getting people riding the buses, having successes like we saw during the draft. I haven't been around as long as Dwight. Maybe here, sorry, Dwight, or Director Staley. But I'd say 10 years ago when I started, to have an event the size of the draft in downtown Detroit, the way it was set up, and to not have anybody complain about the transit system. In fact, people from in town and out of town and people from the region say, this is great. This is great. And that's a credit to our transit providers. But there is a positive momentum, and transit has been able to meet the needs time and time again. So I think we have to keep doing that, and we have to find those partnerships and those abilities to keep building. So it doesn't we're not just kind of sitting in the past. Yeah.
And we talked earlier about talent acquisition. Let's talk about talent retention. So since I entered public transportation, I've heard forever the preferred rider. And we've chased after the preferred rider for almost 40 years that I've been in the business, and as long or longer than Dwight Farrell's been in the business. And it's been a rather elusive, that preferred rider has been a rather elusive person. But if we can develop innovative, accessible, frequent service, what about talent retention? The next generation that's coming up, the next generation is going to start the business. It's going to be the next Elon Musk, going to be the next innovator. They have a level of awareness, environmentally speaking, that I never had when I was growing up, even though I attended the first Earth Day. And so if we can provide them with options to leave the car behind and stay in the region by the development of, like I said, innovative, accessible service, operating frequently, safe, reliable, customer-oriented, I think that's a huge boost to talent retention.
Mm-hmm. Since we're talking about changing the conversation and the funding model potentially for the transit here, public transit, mass transit, what have you, do you have, they say there's a Chinese proverb, the longest journey begins with a single step. So maybe it just doesn't get done overnight. Is there one simple step that the community, the region could take here to help create additional, to get us out of where we're at in terms of the current model of funding it into a new way of doing it? And maybe it's not a wholesale whatever, but is there something small, tiny that could be done? I'm looking for creative ideas here.
What do we consider small?
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean,
It's relative.
Yeah, it's all relative. I mean, again, certainly we have some. If we're talking about funding, we do have some tools in the toolbox to be able to ask the voters of the region to support higher investment in regional transit. So that's something we can discuss, and folks who were with us in 2016 and saw that come together. If that's something that comes back around as a part of a conversation, that will be something that everybody in this room will be very aware of and discussed with them before anything happens, to make sure that we are very clear about what that means. I know that at a smaller but very important scale, Wayne County is starting to have some discussions about bringing some of their major cities into into the SMART system. I think that's incredibly important in terms of what we can do as a still very significant but right next step. I believe we have some opportunities to pull down some decent-sized federal grants to be able to make investments in our corridors. And we've been very successful as a region to do that in other grant spaces. So I think we continue to make those inroads. And right now we have probably the most friendly state legislature to transit. That we have a transit caucus at the state of Michigan. Transit caucus. And again, only 10, 15 years for me in this business, but to be able to go to a transit caucus and know that they're supportive and they're still learning, because it's a complicated web that we weave here in the transit business, just like everything else. But we have those opportunities in front of us in the short term. So there's lots we're all doing in that space.
You want to add anything?
Will.
Yep.
No, I mean, the will to change. It's really as simple as that. Does somebody have the political will to carry this? Can you get business leaders to have the will to be able to make the change? We could come up as staff with a lot of great ideas, but if there isn't somebody who is willing to step out in front politically and say, here's a way to be able to go, that's an issue. So I think that really is the biggest challenge. I'll also say that we do have to give people a reason as to why. And I think that we can do that. And I think we are doing that because there are a number of examples out there, about everybody saying, I want millennials, my kids go somewhere else. They go to DC, they go to New York, and they don't want to come back here because, So how do we see that we are not alone and that we have to compete against other cities and regions for jobs? I mean, at the end of the day, now they say this is credit to Einstein, and some people say it isn't. But the definition of insanity is doing the same thing the same way and expecting a different outcome. Not to say that anybody here is insane, but the point I'm making is that if you do something over and over again and you don't get a different result, then at what point do you have to change? And so that's why that goes back to the will.
So just a couple of points. First of all, if I had a creative and innovative solution for funding of public transportation, I wouldn't be sitting at the table right now. I'd be out back doing consulting work. I don't have a creative or innovative solution for that. But a couple of points. One is kind of looking at it from the other point of view. There's a lot of pressure on DDOT right now to go to reduced fare or no fare. People mover, no fare. Q line, no fare. And obviously that pressure is going to continue to grow, particularly as we get into a heightened political season in the city of Detroit. The last thing I'd mention is just, and this is more on the small step, one step at a time. Thanks to RTA, DDOT was able to secure a grant for a 2-year pilot project. We're going to launch same-day paratransit service starting in January under a enhanced mobility for senior citizens and persons with disability. It'll be non-ADA service, so we'll have a certain amount of flexibility in how we can operate the program, how we can administer the program. But again, it's opened up now. Now we have folks that instead of on the complimentary paratransit system, having to call in a day in advance, up to 14 days in advance, can get up in the morning, can find out from their doctor that the appointment got changed, can call up DDOT. Anybody who's eligible on the ADA service will be automatically eligible for the same day service and will be able to call up and arrange for a same day ride. So again, small step, innovative service, but one step at a time.
So you have vast background, Michael, in the paratransit and
You're not going to make me reveal my paratransit bias, are you?
No.
Okay.
But one thing I do want you to do though is, how do you think we're doing? I mean, you've been in a lot of different cities, you've worked other places here. How are we doing in this community, helping special people with their transportation needs here in this area?
So,
and keep in mind, we're also talking about seniors as well.
Oh,
who just
absolutely, absolutely. When
can't
the
drive.
original planning for paratransit service, the ADA handbook came out. I think it came out like, I want to say shortly after the law passed, so maybe 92, 93. And there was an estimate in there that 85% of people over the age of 65 would be eligible for complimentary paratransit service. I'm that generation, and it's happening. Our ridership on DDOT paratransit, formerly known as Metrolift, we've gone from when I came here in 2022 at about 225,000 trips to we did 265,000 in the first year. We're going to be over 300,000 this year. A large part of that is quality of the service. So as the service improved, ridership increased. When I came to town, I was told SMART had the system as it related to the ADA service. I still believe that, but I'll put up DDOT's system now at 97% on time and over 300,000 riders in the current year. But here's the thing. We're operating these systems independently, as well as we've got Medicaid systems that are operating independently. So we've got this very segregated service model as it relates to paratransit. And the other thing that's incredible to me, and my fixed route planner tells me, keep your mouth shut, is these vehicles are rolling through neighborhoods that are currently underserved by fixed route services with delivering 2 passengers per hour. There's capacity in these paratransit systems. We need to figure out how we break down the barriers, how we do a better job of coordination, not only between systems. It's very cumbersome to transfer from DART paratransit to SMART paratransit. It's very cumbersome to book a reservation on DART paratransit to go to SMART paratransit. The reservationist has to take the call, has to connect with the SMART reservationist. Then they have to link those 2 trips together. Anybody that's ever tried to meet up a friend, a family member on whatever exit on Interstate 94, that's hard enough to do. Imagine it with a paratransit service. So we need to break down the barriers. We need to desegregate these various services, and we need to figure out how we can utilize that excess capacity, even with something as simple as feeder service to fixed route. So I would love to see more and more conversations about how we expand the network, how we integrate the network, how we develop a universal mobile app. So anybody who's eligible for complimentary paratransit on DART or on DDOT can pick up their mobile app, can book their trip, can check out the status of their ride and the like, all those kinds of things. And again, I think in the process, we may also be able to attract ridership as we're rumbling through those neighborhoods that are not senior citizens or are not people with disabilities.
Ben, real quickly here, I want to just ask you, how is the D2A2 and the DAX Express bus service going? And how has the ridership been of this? Is there a consideration of expanding it?
I want to get that. I want to just say for the room, we are actually just starting our Mobility for All planning and program development process. And that process is all about the issues that Director Staley just talked about. So if folks see Mobility for All, we'll be out at different events talking to seniors and people with disabilities about what they want to see in the system.
Really exciting.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for us to really concentrate on that. So we're having that conversation right now. So thank you. And to your question, D2A2 has been going really, really well. I'm kind of amazed. We started that service. I'll give you the brief story. We wanted to do this connection between Ann Arbor and Detroit. There was no transit connection between our 2 largest cities in at least the region as we define it. So we said, we're gonna try this service. We launched the service March, I want to say it was like 13th or 14th of 2020. Anybody else remember what happened in March of 2020? Like a week later, the pandemic hits, and I was like, this couldn't be more regional transit in Southeast Michigan than this. Like, we finally get all the money together to launch the service, and a pandemic hits, right? So we had to wait around a little bit. We relaunched it in October of 2021, so we're coming up on our 3rd year. We just hit 10,000 riders in the last month, and that's not even usually our biggest month. We have 50% increase from every year has been 50% increase every month of ridership. Just goes to show that making those connections, making them smooth and seamless is something that people will ride. We have funding for the next several years, thanks to our board and the leadership of our board, to be able to have that service continue to run. We will have to find an ongoing sustainable funding model, but we are solid for the next several years. The DAC service just started in March. I was hoping we'd hit 100 riders a day after the first 6 months. We're already about 150 and closing in on 200 riders a day. That's a direct connection between the downtown Detroit and the airport. So that's been a success. We were lucky to get that up and running before the draft. I'd really encourage people to take a chance to use that service. We're looking at potentially adding some park and ride and other amenities around that to enhance it. So they've been going really well.
So I know we're winding in on time. Is there a question or two from the audience? If you have a question, raise your hand. If we bring a microphone here.
Questions about funding. The problem stands in that we've got 3 silos standing up there. We got, how many cities around the country got 3 transit agencies running the transportation system? I don't think there are very many. What we need is one to sell to the taxpayers of the counties, that there's one people running the thing, a coordinated system. Who wants to ride a bus that goes to a dead end? Go down to 8 Mile, you got to get off the bus and switch a line into a whole different system, different technology, different terminology. I've heard a bunch of terminology up here that I'm not familiar with because I'm in the SMART system. And I did ride the SMART bus down to the draft, and it was flawless. It was a seamless transition. It was the first time I had ridden a SMART bus in a long time. And the buses were clean, they were friendly, got down there, perfect timing, got on and got off. It was perfect. I was amazed.
We had pictures of you up everywhere. So that people,
Yeah.
just
Well,
kidding, I'm just kidding.
Well, hell froze over for some people when they saw that, but it worked. But really, seriously though, fellas, we all know it. We need one aid. We don't have 3 of you guys, 3 separate agencies. That's been the problem. We need one system. And I know there's problems with the accounting and so forth. One's got a little bit more liabilities to handle, but state legislature might be able to help us with that. But that should be the goal. That's the one thing that we need to get there. So we got one voice, one system that's seamlessly transitioned around the whole area. We got great minds. You all have great experience up there, but somehow there's got to be the will to put down the territorial business, get together and speak with one voice. And I hope that we can work towards that because we need it. As you said, transportation is economic development. It raises everybody's votes, everyone. And you can't have the view that it's just for the people that can't afford a car. It's for everybody. So that's what I would offer to. There's the will.
Anyone want
Sure.
to add anything to that?
So I think that's a point well taken. There are actually several regions that do have multiple transit providers. So it isn't as uncommon as people seem to think. But a lot of regions have been really successful having several large transit providers that actually operate under a unique brand and a unique customer-facing experience. So if you're in Phoenix, there's actually several providers, but you just see Valley Metro. Valley Metro app, Valley Metro bus. Some might be the city of Phoenix that operates it. Some might be the Regional Transit Authority. But to the customer, and I think that's absolutely the main point, to the customer, there's one front door to that service. And I think that's a big change. It's something that's a big discussion, but something that is accomplishable without necessarily having to do the crunch of everything coming together on the back end. So I think that's something absolutely we can talk about. And I do think there are a lot of really good services that we've been able to provide that aren't overlapping, but I can totally understand your point, and it is something we're absolutely working on.
In the Bay Area, there are 27 different transit systems, and the challenge that they're having right now is coordination. Ben gave an example of Valley Metro. I can give you a whole host of examples. I'll use the DC system. The DC system is made of about 10 different transit systems combined into one because that was what they chose to do. In the Dallas example, the city gave us to DART because I was a city employee. So there are a number of different examples that are out there. It'll go back to political will and who's going to be on the board, how's the board going to be appointed, those kinds of things. I won't get into what my personal point of view and my professional point of view aren't necessarily aligned, but I do think that having one entity responsible for everything makes it a lot easier. It certainly makes it easier from a grants perspective because you're not competing for grants. It makes it easier when you're dealing with fleets, because one of the challenges that happens in Phoenix is that each one of those providers is owned by the city or a different city. So that's a challenge, as opposed to systems that have one, so they go get the grant for everybody. So at whatever point the region is ready to have that conversation, Mr. Chair, I'm certainly, we'll be right there.
Michael, you want to add anything? And you don't have to, you can just pass it.
No, let me just say it this way. I think Mr. Farrell said it rightly about professional opinion, personal opinion. I would point to the city where I still have a home, Chicago, where you have Pace Suburban Service and then you have the CTA in the city of Chicago. I think the point is well taken, certainly. But what I'd be looking for in the short term is how do we do a better job of coordination and integration of services so that there is very little overlap and so that we can extend our reach as far as possible.
And I know there are thousands more questions probably here in the room, and we could be
There was a lady
talking.
in the very back.
Pardon? Now, unfortunately, I'm getting the wrap-up sign from in
Oh,
back.
sorry.
there.
Getting the hook, man.
I tried.
Well, all right, is it a quick question? If it's a long question, we don't.
I thought I'd make it the whole way.
Just
Dang,
when I-
you had to
just
take
all
the
the
extra
way
question.
through,
Just
all the
when I
way
thought I was
I
out.
know. Well, first I'm going to say we just took over the queue line on the first. So no, it's totally fair. So right now, what we've been talking to the team about very lightly is the first year is going to be one thing, making sure we stabilize and grow the success that we've already had. So that's thing one. Looking at what capital improvements we can do to the system as it exists today, more dedicated lanes, signal priority improvements, things that we can do to make it more efficient, and they have done some really good things. And then I think it will be our obligation in the next year or two to start talking about potential expansions of that system. So I think it is definitely on our agenda, but give me a little bit of time to make sure that we don't upset the apple cart, because things are going very, very well with the system. But it is on the agenda.
We're winding it down. I want to give each of you gentlemen an opportunity to make one point you want to reinforce. You want to leave this point with each audience person that they might take away or something to think about succinctly. If you can do it in 90 seconds or less. And Michael, let me start with you. A point about this whole conversation, or maybe something we haven't talked about. What one point about this would you make?
The only thing I'd do is just real quickly talk about this first year DDOT, much like what Ben just said about the queue line, has been trying to stabilize the system, making it safer, more reliable, more customer oriented. We've made some progress, not as much as I had hoped to, but some great things are on the horizon in 2025. So the same day service for paratransit. We will continue our BRT pilot project on East Jefferson as a template for some of the other enhanced corridors where we may be able to look at BRT or BRT light types of service. And then the biggest thing is come about probably the first quarter of 2026 will be the restoration of the Coolidge Terminal, Phoenix rising from the ashes, state-of-the-art facility, $160 million, and it will give us it'll have a major impact on the delivery of West Side services.
Ben?
Yeah, I think just keep talking keep talking to us. Let us keep talking to you. I mean, it's great to be in this room with all these wonderful local leaders. There's a lot to talk about in transit. There's a lot of partnerships we can grow in day 1 and 2, and grants we can pursue together in day 4 and 5, and bigger questions that we can have about large system changes and funding models. But as long as we can keep talking, keep working together, I know we can grow this system. I know we can get where we want to go. I love the fact that we're able to be in this room and up here together talking about improvements to the regional transit system and what we can do. We have some other programs to be on the lookout for. We're looking at some bike and pedestrian grants around local transit stops. We're looking at more investments in the paratransit program. We're applying for some federal grants for corridor projects. So we're going to keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. But we can't do it without all of you. So just really want to keep this conversation going.
White?
Well, I think the region can walk and chew gum at the same time, which would mean that we can take care of the things that we need to do in the near term, but at the same time address the longer term issue. Because if we don't, it's an exercise in futility. And then the last thing is go big or go home. I mean, that's the places that we want to compete with have made that decision to do just that. And so we've got to do something. We've got to do something different. And my final comment is grants are wonderful. They're great. But what do you do when a grant runs out? And so I'll give you an example and I'll let you go. Everybody remembers 9/11, right? Well, one of the big issues with 9/11 was interoperability and communications. When I went to MARTA in 2008, they had the 8th largest police department in the state of Georgia, 350 officers, all with a cell phone and a grant that ran out. This was in 08 and 09. So you remember what the economy was like at that point. We lost $100 million worth of revenue, but had to pick up $1 million worth of cell phone expenses because the grant was gone. So that's the only thing that I say about anything as it relates to grant. You want whatever it is that you can do to be sustainable so that when the money runs out, you've got a way to be able to plug it in. So, and that concludes, that's my comment.
That's your comment. Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for sharing your incredible insights into this. Lots of great topics and conversations.
Thank
A
you for
round
the
of applause.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And someone is going to be, oh, come on up. Anyone have to say anything else here? All righty.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, panel, for coming down again. Very good.
Appreciate it.
Big challenges, but we're up for the task. Let's do it. For sure. Thank you so much. Before we break for lunch, I want to recognize the Michigan Association of Counties, who is one of our other key partners to help us get so many things done in Lansing and advocate for us in so many ways. We're also fortunate today to have announced that we have a new MAC president from Wayne County, Melissa Dobbs. She's over there. I'm also proud to say the Macomb County Board of Commissioners has 2 board members on MAC. Commissioner Sarah Lucido and Commissioner Wallace from Mount Clemens. They're active commissioners being proactive on behalf of us in Lansing to help us get the resources we need to do our jobs. And they're aided by professional staffs at MAC. We have Dana Bosworth, the legislative director. She's here today. She's in the back. And the executive director, Steve Curry, is also here. And again, all professional teams working together to help us out. So we're going to break for lunch now. Grab your lunch in about 10 minutes. We're going to have the lunch speaker speak. So lunch is available on both sides of the room. Grab a plate, sit down, and listen for some more great information. Thank you. Bon appetit. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying lunch. We had them try to bring in some Clinton River crab cakes, but they were out of supply because there's in such demand. But we're going to introduce our lunch speaker. So if I get everyone's attention for a minute, introduce our lunch speaker. I would get his information out here. If I'm there's dramatic pause. Yeah, the crab was very good. David Scholl, I heard David down in NACO last summer, and he was so impressive with what I heard and talking about resiliency and dealing with issues of climate change. The topics that we're talking about right here today dovetails right into our discussions that we've had today. He's a senior leader of preparedness with the Haggerty Consulting, a nationally recognized emergency management and homeland security consulting firm, supporting clients around the country, prepare and respond and recover from disasters. Over a decade of experience in working to support communities, military, diplomats, and executives at senior levels of all governments, all levels of government. David is well-known and recognized person that's going to have some good suggestions about what other people have done and what we might be able to do to help address our issues that we face here as a region. So without further ado, David, take it over. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair, again, and Crystal for all the work behind the scenes to bring me to Michigan. Some little side story. I grew up in Ohio, which is the greatest state of the union after Michigan. I grew up thinking the Ohio State Buckeyes were the greatest football team ever to be grown, to have the face on the planet. 20 years it took me to get to the state of Michigan. And I have to say, you have a beautiful state. So I won't harass you anymore. And I tell mom and dad all the time that why did you fill my head with those lies that Michigan was. Yes. I just want to acknowledge today and the great conversations we've been having. The previous panel brought up some really interesting points. I'm 39 going on to 40. My very first car I owned, I was 34 years old. I didn't need a car, and just how that sort of lifestyle is and is moving towards, it's something to be noteworthy. The other part is we brought up 9/11. Failure to coordinate, failure to communicate. The third pillar, failure to imagine. And whether we're talking about 9/11 and counterterrorism stuff, or thinking about the future of resiliency, we shouldn't hesitate to imagine. And I'll be hitting on that throughout the presentation. It's been great to see the collaboration, the information sharing, and then finding solutions, but more so solutions that can be implemented and hearing that type of discussion. There we go. The other thing, and Chair Brown mentioned it, is this type of forum, this is enviable. And I know, because I work with a lot of regions across the country, things like this are special. And I would just encourage you to keep that and keep this moving forward. Work with partners, like Chair Brown said, with the National Association of Counties, Michigan Association of Counties, and others. Now, I know that I have about 20 minutes or so. You're all eating lunch, and the Guardians are going to beat the Tigers in Game 1 tomorrow. So 5 minutes now, 5 minutes now. But just a little bit, and sorry for the jokes. You guys are great. Just a little bit about myself. I've been working in emergency management and homeland security for about 15 years. My story from a farm boy in Medina County, Ohio, all the way around the world, supporting generals, ambassadors. I never would have imagined what I'm doing now. I work with counties like yours, with urban areas across the country, in a spectrum of fields: emergency management, homeland security. I'm actually flying to New York City tomorrow. The majority of my job, aside from resilience and looking at emergency threats, is in the counterterrorism space. And I build puzzles. For any of those who served in the military, war games might be something else, where working with partners, identifying problem areas, and then in a no-fault learning environment, work together to solve those problems. And as I work through active threat, active shooters, counterterrorism, more and more we see climate as an emerging threat. Starting with the firm 10 years ago in emergency management, if you said climate in an emergency management meeting, you are automatically shunned, like you're shunning me because of Cleveland Guardians jokes. But it's something really miraculous to see over the span of less than 10 years, how climate has become an issue, and an issue we need to solve together and integrate into our planning. I have served in real world responses. My first response was actually a hurricane down in Cabo, where we had to evacuate 110,000 people from Cabo. It wasn't an easy effort. I've also just recently been a planning section chief on the southern border, working that issue. And then my county experience has actually been in Salt Lake County, which has the 9th largest transit system in the United States, as an intelligence section chief, and then as the county coordinating officer, because Salt Lake County, I'm sure with counties across the United States, and no offense to public health or emergency managers, but they were siloed and they really didn't want to play along with one another. So I came in and sort of acted as therapist, acted as ombudsman for the county as we worked through that. A little bit about Hagerty. We are not the insurance company for classic cars. That's a West Coast company. Hagerty Consulting is actually based out of Evanston, Illinois. But and our mission is simple: support our clients to prepare, respond, and recover from disasters. Our first job was actually 9/11. We supported the city of New York in financial cost recovery for the attacks on the Twin Towers. And since then, we've grown into a national leader in homeland security and emergency management. Our professionals are right now in Asheville, North Carolina, and the Big Bend of Florida. We've been doing these sorts of responses since Hurricane Katrina, and I was actually down there working. So before arriving, I conducted a little bit of research about the region. Hazard mitigation plans, open source research. The pamphlets that you've been putting together are amazing. Looking at flood insurance, and that was a topic of earlier time. And while it looks, I need to go there. There we go. Why this slide looks simple to read, many of your threats out there, according to your hazard mitigation plans, are natural in disaster and pretty straightforward. I challenge you all, whether you're a planner or an elected official or an emergency management director, and challenge your communities to add a plus or an and to the threats you see above in your various columns. We'll talk more about what's currently happening in Asheville and what's happened in other disasters, across the country. And this just gets back to a lot of these might be hurricanes or wildfires. But take what I'm going to speak to you about and apply it to the Tri-County area. It doesn't need to be a hurricane. It doesn't need to be a wildfire. Take these threats and put it on steroids. Southern Nevada had its first hurricane ever in the last 4 years. Who would have imagined Las Vegas having a hurricane? You have riverine flooding, you have snowstorms. What we're going to talk and learn from real world disasters that are happening now and the responses that are happening now, apply it to your communities, large or small, and think about the issues and cascading impacts that take place. Because when you add the simple words like plus or and, you could really appreciate the seriousness and impact of what a disaster that might not necessarily be climate induced, but climate supported can do to your communities. And an example would be in the here and now. Buncombe County, Asheville, had historic rains and a hurricane. What does that mean for your communities? And so, and this might, I might be stating the obvious here, but we live in a complex world. And instead of looking at things linearly, or this because of that, I'd encourage you to look at it as a kaleidoscope. And every single individual impacted or working on resilience work or disaster recovery comes with their own different lens. And you have to think about moving those lenses. We live in a place, and I grew up in emergency management. My mentors were firefighters. You see a fire, you put it out. It's nice and simple. What I've learned in the past 15 years is it isn't that simple. The world we live in is complex with many stakeholders and different perspectives. Our world is also complicated. In EM, we have this agency called the Federal Emergency Management Agency, otherwise known as FEMA. Many people envision FEMA as this super secret squirrel special force that is all of a sudden going to parachute in as a disaster happens. That's not the case. We've learned that in COVID. We've learned that in real world disasters time and time again. It takes time. And locally, a lot of pressure will be put on your resources, your stakeholders to respond. And so think about that now. An example, Hurricane Maria. That's the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico a few years back. A lot of the initial angst that came out of hurricane response in Maria was we need food, we need food, we need food. The thing is, by federal statute, there's 30-day supply of food at any given time on Puerto Rico. It's intentional. The planes coming into Puerto Rico, the helicopters, the ships, were all full of food. What did we really need? Power. We needed power to get things running again. And so thinking through that. I'd also tell you that the world is dynamic and ever evolving. Dwight mentioned we should be thinking 30 years further. We should. But hazard mitigation plans are 5-year activities. How has the world changed in the past 5 years? And if you want to look back further, Instagram is only 13 years old. Stories on Instagram are less than 8 years old. 65% of Americans under the age of 33 get their news from TikTok. How many public information officers that you know of, or elected officials, or your press secretaries utilize TikTok to get to that younger generation? And how do you do that in a time of the disaster? And, when, as I mentioned, thinking about climate, younger generations are very much attuned to this and incorporating it. I mentioned, and a 39-year-old, I guess I'm young still. I didn't own a car, but if a disaster struck in Chicago, where would I go? How would I get help? And thinking about that. And so, and then it's ever evolving. 5 years, yes, there's a nice smooth cadence there. It gives us something to work off of. But the world changes, and we've seen that in real time. The other thing is these things bring us closer together, but they also pull our communities apart. It's much easier for us to get the information we want from this than have conversations like this with our community members. And so as we have these silos that we need to break down, how do we work through that when we're talking about resilience and making sure our communities survive, not just in the next 500 years, but the next 100 years or the next year. Hurricane Helene, which just hit Florida and North Carolina and Georgia, that was the third hurricane to hit the Big Bend region in the last 13 months. So you're building, you're rebuilding, you get hit. You rebuild, you think you're fine, and then you get hit. So thinking through that, how do we ready ourselves and our communities? And I would challenge you as elected officials to think about, as the individual elected, individual elected officials that your communities have, tapped to lead. But how do you make sure that those community stakeholders are also involved? Who needs to be involved in managing crises and emergencies? I know, just speaking about in Salt Lake, emergency managers wanted to lead, but elected officials also had their own stakeholder groups and their own concerns to think about during a pandemic. It's the same in natural disasters. How do we think about evolving emergency management and resilience and crisis management systems that you're all part of, and make sure that we're strengthening capabilities? And it's not just about ICS forms. EOCs are great, but how do you think about your communities as an ecosystem, and not just a siloed ecosystem, but an organism that is in a larger ecosystem that people rely on? In terms of what I just said, in terms of plus and water, winds, and heat. Yes, we're not in, oh, there we go. We're not in the Houston urban area, but in early June, the earliest Category 4 hurricane ever formed in the Atlantic Basin, and it became a Category 5 hurricane. I could tell you from first world experience, because I was on a cruise ship stuck, and I had to go through the hurricane, and then I had to go back in the hurricane. Hurricanes are not fun to go through on a cruise ship, by the way. Beryl hits Houston and the Galveston Bay area on July 9th. It wasn't just a hurricane, but they were also experiencing the highest heat on record and temperatures on July 8th. And for 2 weeks, people didn't have power. Now, I don't know how many of you have been to Houston or not, but July and heat and Houston doesn't sound like a fun place to be, especially when you don't have a piece of critical infrastructure. And imagine this taking place 2 weeks. Temperatures between July 8th and July 18th were 90 degrees Fahrenheit and above. With modern insulation, and I would just caveat, with modern insulation, a single family home could stay comfortably at a comfortable 80 degrees Fahrenheit. However, a home without modern insulation is 90 degrees and above. So how are your communities experiencing this disaster? Not necessarily the water and the wind, but 2 weeks of sustained heat when you don't have any power. And thinking about cascading effects, and I just keep on bringing this up. So you lose power. So what? Well, things run on power. Hospitals run on power. When a hospital doesn't have power for 2 weeks, their generators start running out. And oh, by the way, our Wi-Fi towers, they run on power. How much amount of generation does a Wi-Fi tower make? So now you have a major urban area with no sort of electronic medical records tracking as this disaster is taking place. Imagine your cooling centers or your warming centers. How many of them are have generators that they can operate without power? Think about individuals. How many people in your communities might have a CPAP machine? That runs on power. Or do at-home dialysis? That runs on power. So thinking about that, and almost at a granular level, this ecosystem is really important as we think about resilience. This is, there we go. This is Asheville, North Carolina, elevation 2,144 feet or so in elevation. Who would have thought that a disaster could take place several tens of hundreds of miles away from the coast? The right-hand side is 2 days ago, road closures. Imagine this being Oakland or Wayne County, after a riverine flooding event. How are you working through your community? These roads won't be accessible for some time. Many of these roads won't be accessible for some time. And you think about resilience and, how not necessarily prevent this, but how do you mitigate these sorts of activities before they take place, and then ready yourselves. Another fact, I know that in Michigan, I believe in Michigan, if you live in floodplain, you need flood insurance. Less than 3% of residents in Asheville have flood insurance. 97% of residents in Asheville and Macomb County do not have flood insurance. What does that do to your community and the rebuilding process? And so we talk about a lot of things in terms of considerations, response capabilities, but I also think we should be thinking about the cascading impacts. You here in the room have a really powerful tool, actually many of them. Policy, you can write policy. How many of your emergency managers get past policy other than, can you declare a disaster? And we'll explore this momentarily with a short housing exercise that I believe Chair Brown was in at NACO. Who has roles and responsibilities? FEMA does not stand for the Federal Electric Management Agency. How are you working with your critical infrastructure components and other social, economic partners in your communities? I know I'm speaking to an audience that knows this, but trust matters. Now imagine you go through a highly traumatic disaster like what I've been showing you, and we say, don't worry, the government's here to help you. And 6 months later, you're still living in a hotel because temporary housing hasn't been built. How are you managing expectations when I flew here from Utah? We didn't have Wi-Fi for an hour and you thought that the world was collapsing on the plane. Like it was that sort of event. And so how do you build in resilience into conversations before? And build that cushion that you all need in order to manage a crisis. Just because you have one disaster doesn't mean you just have one disaster. And I would encourage you to think about cascading impacts. We learned a lot about that in COVID-19, where if we shut down, a community, what else happens after that? Think about infrastructure. FEMA has moved to what's called a community lifeline approach. There's 8 community lifelines: public safety, food, shelter, power, you name it. And instead of, talking emergency manager jargon that 95% of your community will never understand, how do you talk in simple terms, in plain English? They created 3 symbols: red, yellow, and green. If that lifeline is green, we don't need to deal with that right now. But if it's red, we need to devote as many resources as we can to get it to at least yellow or to get it to green. Socioeconomics definitely plays into all this. Looking all the way back to Katrina, go to the French Quarter, and it looked like a fort built with sandbags. You went to the lower 9th Ward, there was nothing. And how do you work through that? And the systems, whether it's your emergency response systems or evacuation systems, or you name it, finance authorization, code ordinance, how do you work through that? And prioritization. Just because you think it's a priority, it might not be for everybody else. And how do you use your influence as county leaders, as local leaders, to sway or to provide that perspective? This is a map of a 110 house temporary shelter built, a helicopter, built after the wildfires in California. This is Chico. This took 6 months to build. Your community was living in tents and houses, and I bring this photo up because I would challenge you all again to think and imagine. Next time you have a tabletop exercise, don't necessarily focus on response, focus on recovery. If 10% of your community loses their homes, how, as county leaders, do you help build this for your community? And it's not an easy process. Your ordinances, do you have to find space to build this, or can people put trailers on their property? How do you find space for this if they can't have trailers on their property? How do they get access to equipment, including infrastructure, gas, water, electricity that might not necessarily be up and running? Who's operating this? Who is securing it? How are you operating it? And in the meantime, your community members, every day is another day of trauma for them and that they're experiencing and going through this. So how do we build resilience before we need to think about Chico wildfire? And so applying, and I love hearing the words like integration today. I love hearing the words collaboration. I also, and I don't want to just nerd out, but analysis. Invoking analysis into what we do, either as policymakers or as emergency managers or as resilience managers, is something that's really important. And what we need to think about is this might not be an easy task. We can't boil the ocean in a single day. How do you take this in piecemeal? I loved, and not just because of baseball this weekend, the analogy of single run and double runs. How do we get to that point? And what issues are on the table in your communities that you can leverage political capital? And the stakeholders can leverage their political capital, because it will take that. What partners can you leverage in developing, implementing, analyzing, and sustaining resilience? And how do you just bake it into your public administration? And what are your methods of selling to your stakeholders that resilience is important? That if you want this beautiful shoreline still, you need to think about resilience. One of the previous speakers talked about Chicago. That's where I lived. We had a huge rainstorm, and it destroyed all of the beaches in Chicago, from the loop all the way up to Evanston, completely decimated, and they're still building, trying to rebuild those beaches. For emergency managers, I would just encourage you, and I don't know how many of emergency managers are in the room, but you're not just about managing a crisis in the here and now, you're conveners. How do you bring stakeholders, public transit, social, economic, individuals that might not necessarily love ICS as much as we do? How do you bring them to the table, and how do you get involved in the conversation? How as an emergency manager, and I use that term broadly, flood managers, public transit emergency managers, how do you embrace that convening role and making sure that that collaboration, integration, convening takes place? And how are you leveraging analysis? Emergency managers need to tell stories just like anybody else in order to get money, in order to build their networks. So thinking about that. And so I'll just leave it, end here, what is next? I usually deal with assessing, planning, organizing, equipping, training, exercising, analysis. Do all of that, have your teams and your agencies do that, but also remember that activities can't be nonlinear. You can't just have emergency managers talking about emergency management. You need to invite and get that conversation going if it hasn't already. You have to also remember that government itself can't save a community or build resilience. You need to get and leverage partners like we've been talking about today. The world does not stop for a disaster. In fact, it can alter years of planning based off of a case study that has come up. And as I mentioned, don't think about boiling the entire ocean. Sure, think big, but also hit those single runs, those double runs, because you'll need it. And then lastly, think about influence operations and how that needs to be integrated in your resilience activities. So with that, I'm going to say thank you and have any questions that come up, and then I'll I think I'll let you all go. So any questions? Chair? Yeah.
Flooding causes problems with our wastewater system, flooded basements, back materials. What have communities done to rebuild so that prevents that in the future? Mitigation, and are there lots of money that they go through with the EPA or?
Yeah, there's hazard.
Would you speak a little bit about
Yeah,
where we might look to try to get, where we might look to get some of that money to support the rebuilding of these efforts so that we mitigate the risks in the future?
Sure. So there's plenty of opportunities. Go online. FEMA has their hazard mitigation grants, and we've been talking about it's a grant. Community block development grants. Thinking about that, and that's in emergency management, CBDDR, the disaster recovery, is what emergency managers think about a lot, but are they actually involved in the other community block grants out there? And other agencies also have a plethora of information, and if you need any assistance finding that information or understanding how to pursue those opportunities, feel free to let me know. One thing that we've also been working on and completely added a new wing of Hagerty is the bipartisan infrastructure bill and how that feeds into resilience and understanding those opportunities. You also have legislation, and right now it's in the courts, but the Federal Trade Commission is working on a legislation where publicly traded companies have to provide reports to their stakeholders on impact to climate on an annual basis. Again, not necessarily for counties, but there's those opportunities starting to boil up, even if they're stuck in the courts right now. Well, I hope I didn't ruin your lunch or anything like that. I did buy a Lions hoodie, if that helps. So baby steps, baby steps. So, all right, thanks so much.
Thank you, David, for that wonderful discussion on how do we deal with emergencies, especially the piece, how do you deal with emergencies and disasters that you had no idea were going to affect you and devastate your community, as we're seeing right now in Asheville. We are wrapping up. So again, I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out to our 4th Tri-County Summit. Did you enjoy yourselves? Great information. I have to, of course, recognize my colleagues who are here. We have Commissioner MAC President Melissa Dobb. Yay. Terry Marecki from Livonia. Jonathan Kinlock is here still. Tim Killeen and Glenn Anderson were here, but they had to leave. So from Wayne County, we are just so thankful that this is something that's going to benefit all of our counties. And I thank Don and Dave for continuing this great work. Is this something you want to see again next year? Yes? All right, we're going to make that happen. So I know we have a hard stop at 1:30. I just want to touch on one quick thing. As a member of MAC and NACO, we want to make sure that we are getting the information that we can bring back to our constituents to make our region better. And we have a lot of great information that we gained from NACO and from MAC. Just this summer, I participated in a NACO is the National Association of Counties. We had a Great Lakes Caucus meeting to talk about how do the counties that sit on the Great Lakes can work better together, not just here in Michigan, but in Ohio, in New York, Chicago, all of us that sit on the Great Lakes. What can we do to make sure that we're keeping this great waterway pure and making sure that the counties that sit on that great waterway are working together? That's just one of the things that we're doing at NACO and with our MAC partners, Dina and Steve. We want to make sure that we're continuing to bring great information to make our region the best region, not only in Michigan, but in the country. So again, thank you all for being here with us. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for their final remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bell. I also want to make, on behalf, I get to work with these incredible leaders on a regular basis. This event wouldn't be possible without our incredible county staff. So for all our county staff, please rise. We just want to recognize you and thank you very much. Doing the day in, day out to make us all look good. I know, Alicia, when you did this, I was like, okay, who left? Who's here? Okay, I'm going to do it now. I want to recognize colleagues I get to work with in Oakland County on a regular basis, starting with my Vice Chair, Marcia Gershenson. I got a few to go through, so hold your applause next. I got Commissioner Ajay Rahman, Commissioner Gwen Markham, Commissioner Penny Lubes, Commissioner Lenny Taylor, Commissioner Phil Weipert, and Commissioner Ajay. Ajay's not standing. I was like, I swear I said Ajay Rahman. Commissioner Ann Erickson Galt and Commissioners Angie Powell and Brendan Johnson were here as well. And so all these leaders committed to working together as a region, working with all of our partners to make things happen. And I want to thank everybody for taking the time to take in a lot of information. There's a lot of heavy information that we were talking about today. But if there's one thing that kind of comes through, it's clear that we can't be a world-class region unless we take on these big problems. So we take on water infrastructure and flooding. That next bigger storm is on its way. The next hurricane in other areas of the country is on its way. We need to be prepared. We can't be a world-class region without building a world-class transit system. We can't be a world-class region without doing more to make our ability to deliver mental health services to our community better. We can't be a better region unless we take on climate action and lower costs for people, but build a more resilient community going forward. And we talk about that. And there's no doubt that working with our county leaders across our region, that we are all are prepared to link arms to secure the resources, to make the necessary investments in these areas, to do the hard work, to think big, to be bold, and deliver for all the people that we represent. And so I can thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be with us today. And the planning for the next Tri-County Summit is underway. So we look forward to, working with all of you. If you have ideas and other topics that, to bring forward, certainly reach out to respective leadership. We'll be regrouping and getting the planning underway for the Tri-County Summit number 5. So.
Thank you, David. Just ditto what these two chairs have said. They're great people. We work together on so many things, and we appreciate it. And all of you are leaders by getting out of your district, taking time on a Friday afternoon. Now it's Friday afternoon to spend time to broaden your horizons and hear what issues are going on outside your district, how you can hear issues that'll help you raise the boats and raise the standard of life in your own community. And that's what this is all about. That's what we are doing as elected officials. We are charged to try to chart the course to solve the problems that we all face. And we're all committed to do that. And we pledged next year to report on some grants that we're going to be applying for to support all of our needs for infrastructure in all these areas. And we're making progress. We are making progress. Mental health, infrastructure, road transportation, underground infrastructure. We've made progress and there's more to be done. And so we're all going to continue that effort. I want to thank all of you for coming. So anyone who wants to take a tour of Selfridge is available to do so. Immediately after the meeting, go out downstairs. There'll be a bus. You can board a bus. They'll take you into Selfridge. You can get a tour. And then you're all welcome to come if you'd like. Join us downstairs, and we'll see you over there. All right. So thanks again, and we'll see you next year. Take care.
Thank you.